watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive, what a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Championship returns this summer, live on Willow TV.
A match day infused with possibility at the beautiful, picturesque Church Street Park in what expects to be the ninth and final weekend of scintillating action in the first game today of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It's the Silicon Valley Strikers, defending champions, up against the Seattle Thunderbolts. What a day for action, what conditions we have as well. We really do hope that we will get an exciting day of cricket here in Morrisville, North Carolina. Alongside me, as always, Nate Hayes. Nate, welcome. Of course, what a fantastic condition we have for cricket in terms of action this weekend. What are we expecting in terms of the 3 games we have?
Well, we're going to have some really good games, I think, especially the later games under the lights. We tend to have a lot of extra close games under the lights here at Church Street Park. I'm swelling with pride being a local, having this at our home ground here, but it is a beautiful, picturesque ground, and it tends to have tons of excellent games. These 4 teams, they're so good, especially these 2 teams playing today in the first game. There's very little difference between them in terms of quality. We're going to have some excellent games here today.
That indeed, when you look at sort of the way that the teams have come through, in this Pacific Conference, these 2 teams, both coming out of that Western Division, the Silicon Valley Strikers winning that, only losing the 1 game this season, along with the Seattle Thunderbolts, who pulled off that emphatic win against the Dallas Mustangs last weekend. Well, earlier we had the toss between the 2 captains, Harmeet Singh and Umuk Chan. Pete, is my mic on? Because I'm not hearing myself. Who's with us in the party today? Harmeet Singh, the captain of the Seattle Thunderbolts, and also joining us, the Morrisville Mayor, Mr. TJ Cawley. Who's got the coin, gentlemen?
I can't hear him either.
Umuk Chan has got the coin in hand. Coin goes up, heads is the call. Heads it is. Harmeet, if you could just come forward, you've won the toss. Harmeet, you've elected to bat first. Tell us why.
I think the pitch looks good, and there's a bit of dry spots here, so might break a little bit. We have slow bowlers in our team, so backing them to get us through the line.
Tell me about the last weekend, your emphatic victory against the Dallas Mustangs. What has it done to the confidence of the overall group?
I think our backs were to the wall for the last 3 weeks, and the way the boys have responded, it's been amazing. And I think it's one of the better cricket I've seen in the last 3 weeks, in the last 2 years of being in America. So the way we batted, the way we bowled, the way as a group we've come out, it's been really strong. And the appreciation we're getting from everybody, it's been amazing. It's overwhelming, and I think we're here to do the same thing again.
Any changes to your team?
Only DK comes in for Mahi from the last game, and rest is the same.
All the best to you and your team.
Thank you.
Let's get Umuk Chan, the captain of the Silicon Valley Strikers. Umuk, you lost the toss. Having won it, what would you have done?
Well, I'm happy because I would have bowled first as well anyway. So because I think it's a big ground. Looking at the other games, obviously runs are getting chased there. So we're happy to bowl.
Tell me about what the fact that you guys have played at this ground last season, won a tournament here. What does that do to the experience of the overall team?
Well, obviously it's good. We've had 2 good games here, and this is a beautiful venue. I always love coming and playing here. It's ideal for both batsmen and bowlers. So obviously the team which plays good cricket wins it. So there are no half measures. So I just love playing here.
Any changes to your team?
We got 1 change. Fiddle comes in place of Srini.
Fida Edwards in. All the best to you and your team.
Thanks so much. Thanks.
Well, there you have it from the toss. The Seattle Thunderbolts have won the toss in some good conditions for batting, and they've elected to take first knock. The Thunderbolts taking first knock here in this grand finale at Church Street Park. We have the players out in the middle as they begin their preparations, but we have had a look at conditions. What can we expect from Church Street? Well, in scorching conditions here at Church Street Park, we know about the pitch, we know about the importance of the pitch in this game. We love cricket, and this surface has been one that has been on the variable side and has played a huge part in the team's decisions in terms of captains winning the toss, electing to bowl a bat first. When you have a closer look at the surface and you look at this green tinge of grass, which has been pretty much consistent throughout the games here at Church Street Park, you look at the 30 games that we've had over the 2 seasons so far, 17 of them have been won by teams chasing. Why? Because early on, because you get a lot of rain here, we've had rain over the past 2 or 3 days, you tend to have that bit of moisture. Captains like to see what the pitch does early. Spinners come into play, as you can see, with the small cracks which begin to open up. But the one thing that you get with Church Street Park and this surface, the more cricket being played, the more this weekend prolongs, the better this will get for batting. And I expect it to be a pretty high scoring venue as the tournament goes on into the final tomorrow. Average first inning score for teams batting first, 141 this season. A big improvement from 128, and that's because of the good work of head curator Pat, and he's done this season. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be a cracker in terms of run scoring. We've got night action with the Jew coming into play. It's all to play for here in the beautiful Morrisville. Well, there you have a look at the conditions here in terms of at Church Street Park, a venue that we, of course, utilized in that finals weekend last year. The Seattle Thunderbolts winning the toss. A look at their team batting first here today. The one change for them with Ranjana being a big all-round contributor for them. Daminder Ranawira has come back in, but it's all about the power at the top of Andreas Gauss, of Harmeet Singh, Ryan Kampathan from Canada as well. That could be a very dangerous batting lineup if they can get away in those first 6 overs. The Silicon Valley Strikers, Nate?
Well, the Strikers have a bit of a surprise in the team today. Fidel Edwards joins the team as Roshan Primus leaves for the CPL. But the Strikers, a lot like the Seattle Thunderbolts, the Strikers like to bowl 5 guys. They know who they have, and they're all high quality. Saurabh tends to open and close, along with Kulvinder Singh. But with Fidel Edwards in the team now, we'll see how that plays. Pranay Suri is an excellent spinner, leads the team in wickets, and then you have Shehan Jayasuriya, who's kind of a part-time spinner. He'll like to fire it in across the bowlers with his off spin.
Very top-heavy Silicon Valley Strikers. Like the Thunderbolts, the 2 batting lineups will go neck to neck, but it's going to be the Silicon Valley Strikers with ball in hand first. A team we know has the added experience of playing at Church Street Park last season, where they were in this finals weekend in a similar position, beating the Golden State Grizzlies early, and then, of course, defeating the New Jersey Stallions on the following day to win the first ever minor league. So they'll have that sort of experience on their side. Nate, what they will also have is the fact that they've defeated the Seattle team twice this season. How much of a factor will that play?
I think it definitely plays a factor. However, this Seattle team has kind of revamped themselves the last few weeks, putting Harmeet Singh at the number 3 spot because they really needed to make up run rate difference in order to make the playoffs in the first place. Well, now they're at a situation where they're batting first on a foreign ground to them. Let's see if they slow that rate down, try to get their bearings first, or if they continue to go gung-ho like they did the last couple of weekends.
Well, this is why we love this beautiful game. All of these are factors which you have to look out for as the game goes on. And we will be expected to see truly 3 exciting games of cricket. Of course, later today we also have the Atlantic matchup. The Stallions up against the Atlanta Fire. But really and truly, this is where you want to be. This is where the entire world has got their attention on. The gorgeous facilities at Church Street Park. When you look at the way that the 2 teams have come into this with last weekend in those conference finals, what a win it was for the Seattle Thunderbolts. And I asked Harmeet Singh at the toss, Nate, what does those 2 wins against the Mustangs, a team that many had to win it all, they beat them twice, they had to win both games after a rain-affected game on Saturday. What does that do for the overall confidence? As you can see, the 2 teams coming out of that Pacific Conference, both from the Western Division.
Well, last year we also saw 2 teams from the West make it all the way to finals weekend. The Dallas team was without Burt Cockley last week. His wife had just had a baby, and he was the fastest bowler on that Dallas team. Without him, they look like a little bit of a different bowling attack. They don't have as much teeth. So Dallas is Seattle is facing a much better bowling unit today, and we'll see how they do in this first innings. If they can put up a big enough total, they're going to be wanting to hit about 180, score about 180 or higher at this ground.
Well, the interesting thing is these Thunderbolts, they've only batted first 6 times out of the 16 games they've played this season, and they've only lost once. And I think the way that they've batted last weekend against the Mustangs, where they put up 182 runs in 14 overs, as well as 205 in 20 in that following game. It's probably given Harmeet Singh and his men some added confidence with the likes of Andreas Gauss, and of course Harmeet Singh himself, who's got that blistering strike rate well over 250 for Unmuk Chan, the captain of the Strikers. Well, he'll be in this familiar position in terms of a high intensity situation, and really and truly, when you're able to only lose 2 games all season, it tells you a lot about the type of unit that you've been able to construct.
Absolutely. Unmuk leads from the front. He's a phenomenal batter. He has Jaihan Jayasuriya with him to score a lot of runs at the top of the order. But he rode his success last season all the way to the BBL. Let's see where it takes him this year. But this league is very good quality. This game is going to be very good quality. These are 2 extremely exciting teams to watch. So I can't wait to see what happens.
Well, the 2 openers in the middle. We have seen this partnership from the very onset. As soon as this man has come into the tournament, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, Ryan Kampathan from Canada and his partner Andreas Gauss from South Africa. What a revelation he's been in this minor league. Really stepping up in terms of his consistency from 2021. And I think it's why this team has been a lot better this year and more dangerous in this season.
And also, he can bat a little bit easier this year. Last season, if he didn't come through for the team, they were going to lose the game. This year, they bat a lot deeper. They're a much better batting team than they were last year. Still, they're a bowling team first. That's definitely their biggest strength. But these 2 here in the middle are explosive.
So it will be Pathan on strike, facing the very experienced Saurabh Nachavalkar, who's really caused some problems at the international level. Bags of experience that the Silicon Valley Strikers will get back. And he will have that new ball in place in hand. We know the sideways movement he's been able to attract at this Church Street Park. And especially with that green tinge of grass. Very excited to see how what I should say, he can do with that. Well, you look at the field he's got inside the power play. Remember, in the first 6 overs, only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. He's got a very square deep fine leg and a deep third on the boundary. A slip in place as well. So looking to be aggressive. He's been so special this season. He's picked up 34 wickets over the 2 seasons. Has only played 9 games this year, but he has as well got 16 wickets. And it's all about that economy rate, Nate. Less than 5 and over conceded.
He is a very economical bowler. He's a very consistent bowler. He seldom has a bad day. And those games that he missed this season, he was off with USA on many different tours. And he set the record for USA white ball wickets.
Historic weekend. Here we go. First one getting a bit of carry through. Tends to be a bit of early movement, especially for the seamers with that hard new ball. I had a look at the surface. You do get that grass. But Nate, a very interesting decision by the Seattle Thunderbolts to bat first here at Church Street Park. When I did my research and looked at the 30 games played here over the 2 years, 17 of them won by teams chasing, especially early on in the daytime. And I think it's because of that early morning moisture. Yes, we're in the afternoon, but you do get that bit of moisture with the rain around and the watering by the ground staff. It's a very interesting, bold move by Harmeet Singh. Short again. You want to probably get that length a lot fuller.
Yes, I agree with you. That is an interesting decision. I was expecting whoever won the toss to bowl first. But I think it also answers a question that we have. How is Seattle going to attack their batting innings? How are they going to plan and pace their batting innings? And when they win the toss and they choose to bat first, you have to think they're going to keep their foot on the gas with Harmeet Singh probably coming in at number 3 and batting the way he's tried to bat the last couple of weeks.
Well, all 3 of these first deliveries have been on the shorter side. Should just be a couple of runs. Kulvinder Singh does well at that deep fine leg position. It really does promise to be a very gripping weekend of cricket. When you had the 9 weekends leading up to this, we know this is what all of the teams are looking forward to. Being in the last 4, being in the reckoning for winning, of course, this historic event, this historic tournament. And this season, Nate Hayes, it's been a real revelation to see the way that the tournament has grown from stride to stride. You know, the integration of youngsters who we've seen come through the tournament and play for the United States at the international level. A lot in this fixture as well. Rahul Jariwala behind the stumps. Ryan Kampathan also with international experience for Canada. And he will get it in the gap. Could be the first boundary for the Seattle Thunderbolts. And it will. No, it won't actually. He does well to keep it in. Looks to be Fida Edwards down at that boundary. So able to keep the boundaries to a minimum so far to start. Now, if you're not Travolkar, what line are you looking to bowl to the dangerous Andres Gauss, who will come on strike for the first time?
I think you're looking at that fourth stump line, top of off stump, fourth stump line. I think that's the way to go here until he does something with the ball. Put the thought in his mind that the wicket might do something. But as you said, Nick, this has been an amazing tournament this year. If you talk to any of the players in the league, they'll all tell you the talent's gotten even better this year. This is really lifting up the talent across the country, and that's going to reflect in our international T20 team for sure.
That's the big move. Middle stump.
Excellent deliveries, all about that away movement that Natravalka is able to extract, especially with that beautiful seam position he bowls with. Very effective to start so far. And what is key to note for those at home new to the tournament, the two games that these two teams have battled in the group stages, the Seattle Thunderbolts had very slow starts, 34 for 2 and 26 for 2 in the power play, and they went on to lose those games. So they'll want to rectify that. If these two can get a good partnership and back that power play, with the nature of the players that they are, you expect them to be sort of around touching that 10 and over rate, which would be a very good start. Are seeing some bit of a variable bounce though, Nate Hayes. Well, not really bouncing. He's been short for 4 out of the first 6 deliveries, but it ends the first over of this finals weekend. End of 1, 5 for none.
There we go after the first over. 5 runs, all from Ryan Patan. Andres House, 2 dot balls there. But this team, as you said, Nick, this team is built to start fast. They are built for a quick start now. Yet last weekend, they actually faced a maiden over in the first in the power play, and they managed to still score 200-plus runs. So we can't judge how things are going to go based on the first couple of overs here. But we do see Fidel Edwards in the attack now. Typically, last week, we had Kulvinder Singh bowling in this spot.
Well, what an addition into this tournament. The experience of Fida Edwards, his first game for the Silicon Valley Strikers. They would have lost Raymond Rifa and that international experience, and Roshan Primus, as well as Muhammad Irfan from Pakistan. So Fida Edwards brought in. And when you look at what this man has been able to achieve over his career, it's been caused so many problems for batters all around the world. Even after he sort of ended his international stint, he's still, you'll watch him in the Global T20 in the T10, Abu Dhabi T10. He's been so dangerous, 55 test matches. He has played 26 T20 internationals, as recent as that 2021 for the West Indies. So he can be a real troublemaker, to say, for oppositions this weekend with the express pace. Goes straight up, could be the first. 2 under it, Singh calls it, and Singh completes it. And in his very first delivery of the 2022 Toyota Minor League, Fida Edwards strikes, and what a start for the man from Barbados.
Wow, yes, I've been looking forward all day to seeing Fidel Edwards bowling here at Church Street Park, and that is a tough luck there for Seattle. They do not want to go out early like that. But let's take a look and see who they bring in. There's Kulvinder Singh celebrating. He is such a popular player at this ground. He made a name for himself last year with his wicket celebrations and his incredible in-swing bowling.
First wicket going down, 5 for 1. A big setback for the Seattle Thunderbolts, and it means the skipper, Harmeet Singh, comes to the middle. It is a new position for him, which he's come in the last couple of games, coming at number 3, with clearly the aim to maximize the power play overs. Remember those 2 games that they lost to the Silicon Valley Strikers is an area where they struggled, and it went on to cost them. Can Harmeet Singh make a difference for his team?
Absolutely. Since he's come in at this role at the number 3 spot over the last 4 games, the Seattle Thunderbolts have averaged 11.75 runs per over batting. That is incredible. He likes to go big early. Let's see how he navigates this innings on this unfamiliar wicket. We're seeing a little bit of action on the wicket already. Fidel Edwards with his express pace.
Well, Fidel Edwards, what a start for him. The man from Barbados. I look at it again. It went full early, attacking the stumps. And looking to go into the onside, just turning the bat face a bit too early. Kulvinder Singh makes no mistake. And it's actually Shubham Ranjana who's come to the middle. It's not Harmeet Singh, who we saw blast the ball to all parts. And it probably tells you the importance of closing the innings off well, finishing with momentum. So maybe just held back today. Andreas Gauss, a bit of extra pressure on him now. Starts well to him, Fidel Edwards. Gauss off the mark.
Talking to Seattle players and team representatives yesterday, they seem very, very happy with Ranjani. They think he'll play this ground extremely well. And I'd like to thank my buddy Joe Hickey here for giving me these stats. But Seattle's first 12 matches, their average power play was 42 for 2. Their last 4 matches, it's been 70 for 1. That's quite an impressive difference.
Well, the 6 times that they've batted first, they have gone past that 180 mark 3 times. So they will be looking for a similar score. We know the average first inning score this season in the 15 matches played at Church Street Park is 141. So it has been a difficult surface to bat on early. Remember, the Seattle Thunderbolts winning the toss, electing to bat first. So Fidel Edwards, can he look to continue to take those wickets? Ranjana off the mark. Work to be done at deep third. Does well, Saurabh Netravalkar, to come around, keep that to just a single. How much pressure is now on Andreas House from South Africa? You look at the season that he's had, Nate Hayes, 596 runs. He's averaged 45, but the main thing has been the strike rate. To strike at over 140, 5 half centuries for him. He knows how important he is to the Seattle Thunderbolts, but in a finals weekend, how do you mitigate and deal with that pressure?
Well, the pressure's there the moment you step in the middle in a game like this. I don't think he has any lack of confidence in the team around him, though. That's a big thing.
Starts full and unable to get it through. Good effort from Gary Graham. Just keeps it to 1. You want to keep Andreas House quiet early on. Don't want him feeling the ball off the middle of the bat, because when you look at what he's been able to do just last weekend against the Dallas Mustangs in that game that they won, 79 from 50 deliveries. Such an explosive player. I mean, we always knew his quality playing at the under-19 level for South Africa. At a very high level, 7 first-class hundreds for Free State back in South Africa. So to have a player like him in the United States just tells you how fortunate we are in this minor league. Much slower this time from Fidel Edwards. So far, so good for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Keeping things very tight. They took that early wicket of Rayan Khan Pathan and now have been able to clearly get some sort of pressure beginning to build on this Seattle Thunderbolts team. A team, Nate Hayes, that many did not have actually being here on finals weekend. Many had the Dallas Mustangs after they just lost 1 game all season to be the team taking on the Silicon Valley Strikers. But the Thunderbolts had other ideas, and boy, do they deserve their place in North Carolina this weekend. Short, and it just goes over the man at deep fine leg. Excellent cricket shot from Shubham Ranjani. And a first boundary really spoils what was a terrific over from Fidel Edwards.
I think Fidel Edwards got a little bit of a taste of the quality of this league just then.
It's 14 for 1.
He's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Back live at Church Street Park for the start of the finals weekend in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, where we'll have 3 matches coming your way. Well, in the last over, it was a great way to end the over. Fida Edwards went short. You know he uses that short ball so well. But Shubham Ranjane, who's been in some good touch since he's come in for the Thunderbolts, able to just get underneath and help it along its way.
That was a quick ball for sure. It was nice to see Ranjani take him on like that. That should boost Seattle. Let's see what it does to Andres' confidence as well.
Now, interesting that they have gone back to Sarvnan Chavalkar for his second over. The man, of course, with all of his international experience, 16 wickets this season, 31 internationals, 51 wickets. He really is something else. I remember that 5 for 45 he took against Scotland earlier this year at the Musa Stadium. And as they like to say in the Caribbean, Nate Hayes, he makes the ball talk because he just has so much control, not expressed by any means, but able to just stay within his limits and prize the wicket of batters using that subtle seam position and sideways movement he can get early.
And he starts there with a dot ball. Yeah, Saurabh, a lot of people underestimate him. He is a performer. He always takes wickets. He always squeezes that run rate. He's excellent in the death for this team. They really rely on him in the death. We've seen some tremendous death innings from this Silicon Valley Strikers. You don't go a whole season losing just one game. Actually, they lost again last week in a super over in game 2 of that best-of-3 series. But you don't go a whole season with those results without doing well in the death.
Getting some bit of extra bounce. We have seen some variable bounce early from that end, Sarvnan Chavalkar, but he's got protection in place with the 2 deep fielders, one at fine leg and one at deep third. But definitely having the likes of Fida Edwards, who bowled that first over, yes, he went for the maximum, but having the international experience of Fida Edwards along with Sarvnan Chavalkar will definitely help. Slip still in place. Pranay Suri at that first slip position, looking to bring the outside edge into play. And you look at that 5 for 17 he took earlier this year against the Chicago Blasters. A couple of those wickets were caught at slip. So definitely has the ability to bring the batter forward and bring that outside edge into play with that bit of lateral movement he gets early. And there it is, wicket for Chavalkar and success for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Inside edge for Shubham Ranjane. And it is the second wicket. The Silicon Valley Strikers, what a start and what a way to begin a very familiar weekend for them after winning last season.
Seattle wanted to get a little deeper before Harmeet comes in, before their number 4 comes in, whoever that may be. We're assuming it's going to be Harmeet. But Saurabh, once again, starting well for his team.
Well, after just one good stroke from Shubham Ranjane, going for just 7. And it will mean that the captain, Harmeet Singh, comes to the middle. And you have seen him bat at number 3. You have seen him bat at number 6 this season. But after 2 early wickets, this is the partnership that the Silicon Valley Strikers will be targeting, the one that they'll want to break. Because this man, with his unbelievable strike rate this season, where he's been able to strike at 228, has been special. 56 from just 19 deliveries against the Mustangs. He's in really good touch, Nate, and you'll be looking to continue right where you left off from last weekend.
And we saw a lot of Harmeet with the bat and the ball down in Houston during the Houston Challenge of 50 overs, and he struck at a higher scoring rate there compared to everybody else in the tournament. Yes, Harmeet this is like, as you said, this is the key partnership for this team. This is the Shehan and Unmukt partnership comparison. Yesterday was the 10-year anniversary since the 2012 U19 World Cup, which featured Harmeet and Unmukt.
Well, off the mark straight away, just dabs one down to deep third, Harmeet Singh. Well, again, 2 early wickets inside the power play. You don't want to lose too many, especially against the Silicon Valley Strikers team. We know the batting prowess that they have. Look to be a slower delivery. And Cutter uses them so well. Sardar Chavalka played way too early. Shubham Ranjani. And an inside edge onto his stumps. So, excellent start from both ends. And it's why Unmukt Chan went back to Nachavalka for a second over, even though he's so valuable with his 4. Only 5 bowlers can bowl 4 overs maximum in this T20 format.
See some fans starting to matriculate into the ground here.
When you lose early wickets, and it's sort of similar to the situation he was in last season, which I think plagued him. When you're losing wickets at the other end, you don't have the luxury of being able to go hard inside the power play. You have to ensure that you don't lose another wicket. So far so good for the Silicon Valley Strikers, and even though they haven't got the wicket of Andreas House, they've meant that they've been able to pressure him with the dot deliveries and the wickets that they've taken.
Yeah, we mentioned that the first 12 games for Seattle, their average power play was 42 runs for 2 wickets, and they're gonna, if they get out of this power play with that scenario, they're gonna feel pretty happy, I think.
Seems to be another slower delivery into the pitch. He's so good at that, Sardar Chavalka, but it ends the 3rd over. An excellent one, just 2 runs and a wicket, 16 for 2.
There we see Harmeet just in, facing just 1 ball so far. But Andres House hasn't really been able to, like you said, Nick, he hasn't been able to flow freely. Ranjani was looking great until Saurabh knocked him down. Aside from the 6 and a couple of 2s, this has been all strikers.
Well, of course, these 2 teams have met before in the group stages of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. And it was the Silicon Valley Strikers getting the better of this Seattle Thunderbolts team, restricting them to 94 and 130 both on both of those occasions. The Thunderbolts chased unsuccessfully, so they will hope that they are able to rectify those issues. How much of a psychological advantage is it, though, for the Silicon Valley Strikers to have those 2 games, knowing that they have been in these situations before as Kulvinder Singh comes into the attack, and knowing, of course, Nate, that they have got the job done in the past?
I think that's a boost for sure. I think the position they're in right now is an even bigger boost for them as far as morale, as far as confidence goes. But knowing that they can win close games, and they have all season long, they've won a few really close games, defending 5 in the final over once this season. This bowler that's in right now, Kulvinder Singh, actually defended 5 at the end of a game earlier this season where they looked like they were definitely going to lose. I think that gives them the bigger boost, the history they've had all season.
Good shot, but straight to the man. Well, Kulvinder Singh has been a rocky journey for him in the 2 seasons. Last year he was very outstanding in terms of in the finals weekend, especially came into it as the tournament grew in terms of his experience, but picked up 17 wickets last season. This season only 13 in the 9 games he's played. He's been in and out of the team. Always hard to find that rhythm. Bit of consistency. Glorious down the ground from Harmeet Singh. He strikes it over 200 in this tournament, and if he continues with shots like that, it could be a long day in the sun for the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Harmeet's an excellent foil, I believe, for Kulvinder. Left arm bat. Kulvinder loves to swing it. In this case, out swing. He loves to swing it out. If you're a left-handed batter, in if you're a righty. I think this is a great foil for him.
So inside the 4th over, the run rate will be a bit of a concern, but the important thing will be that these 2 can consolidate and ensure that they can build a partnership. You know the importance of partnerships. So against the Mustangs. It was something that they were able to do so well to keep that momentum building throughout the innings. Kulvinder Singh under pressure to start. Goes short this time. Man out there has work to do, has no chance. Back-to-back boundaries for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Much more like it.
Now we're getting a taste of that Harmeet Singh that we've seen in the league the last 4 weeks. And even before that, the few chances he got to bat, there were several games he didn't even bat in. But now that he's at number 3, we're getting a chance to see his quality more and more consistently or frequently.
Well, he's so good, Harmeet Singh. 294 strike rate last week when he hit those 6 maximums against the Mustangs. The last 3 games he's come in at number 3. Today, opting to come at number 4 as the captain. You look at his 2 seasons in terms of his batting especially. What a step up it's been for him this year.
Like a couple of noises as well. Let's take a look here on the replay. Yeah, I think you're right. Just going down the leg side.
You can see, though, the lateral movement on display from Kulvinder Singh is what makes him such a menacing threat with that new ball. And even though he's been on the inconsistent side this year, when he does get it right with deliveries like that, it really can be a problem. I love the aggressive intent. Again, causing an issue for Harmeet Singh off the inside edge. But just Harmeet Singh coming off the back of that Under-19 World Cup, the 2 that he's played, Harmeet Singh, and then obviously playing for the, being in the Rajasthan Royals setup, playing a couple of games for them at the Indian Premier League. He's just such a revelation to have in this tournament, along with Andreas House, along with Kulvinder Singh.
Just goes to show you how much talent there is in India. When you have a Harmeet Singh who couldn't crack the India men's international team, but here he is representing Seattle and doing so incredibly well. You had Kulvinder Singh last weekend. He was bowling during a team double hat trick, they call it.
Well, that will be 4. Don't bother running Andreas House. When this man gets it off the middle of the bat, it is very hard to find a boundary that is too small. A great over, though, for the Thunderbolts. And the 429 for 2.
Thunderbolts are now at 29 runs from all of 2 wickets after 4 overs.
And the 4 overs, a good start for both teams. You could say the Thunderbolts now coming into it. This will be the partnership, though, the telling partnership for the team from Seattle, who finished, of course, 2nd in the Western Division. 2nd to the Silicon Valley Strikers. But after 2 emphatic victories in the conference finals against the Dallas Mustangs, they're here, ready to compete. They have lost 2 early wickets, and it's been because of the seamers. Fida Edwards and Saurabh Chavalkar are both in the wickets. Interesting to see how Unmuk Chan manages the 4 overs of his experience of Fida Edwards. And he's going back to him for a 2nd. And it tells you, Nate Hayes, as this T20 format continues to grow, the power play continues to grow as well. 6 overs, just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. You want to ensure that you have a better power play than your opposition, because more often than not, you go on to win the game.
Very important to have a good power play at this ground, and there's a couple ways to have a good power play. You can either score a ton of runs, or you can conserve your wickets and, have a decent run rate. Right now, Seattle's going to want to get a lot more runs than they have on the board.
So, Fida Edwards just making sure he gets it right in terms of his field. Does have a deep backward square on the boundary. Unmuk Chan trying to ensure that he has fielders in those catching positions, one at deep cover as well. Later today, of course, Nate will have Dane Pete, our good friend, on commentary. We'll have Aman Patel, Joe Hickey joining us, so it'll be good to get the thoughts of them. But you look at the field that he's got, Fida Edwards, not often, as the slip goes out, not often do you see a seamer start with no fine leg or a deep third on the boundary. It tells you about the aggressive thinking of Edwards after getting 2 early wickets and looking to get some more.
Yeah, I think that last link we saw him bowl, I think that's what he's got to do. I think you take a little bit of the guesswork out of the wicket when you bowl short like he did, and he got hit for 6, his first over on the last ball after a great over.
Gonna have to. Oh no, he won't. Good decision in the end. Thought may have just been on the outside of that wide line. But the umpire, Vijay Malala, opting. Give that as a dot. So 2 dots to start. I think though the Thunderbolts will be looking to see out these 4 from Fida Edwards. He's bowled a lot of cutters. Yeah, probably good decision in the end.
Tricky right across the batter there with that angle.
Yeah, bowling to the left-hander, bowling around, sorry, over the wicket. Now Harmeet Singh, he's picked that up. Has he got enough? Gary Graham can only watch. You have to be careful when Harmeet Singh is at any cricket ground in the world. The power of Singh on display.
And that was his 29th 6 this season. He is number 7 in minor league cricket in sixes. And 19 of his 29, actually 20 now of his 29 have come in the last 4 matches, including today.
This partnership, the way that these two, both Harmeet Singh and Andreas House, have elevated themselves this season. Singh with the bat in hand. It was only 112 runs in 2021. This season, though, he's up that. He's striking at over 220. And now Lendl Simmons and Fida Edwards, the 2 former West Indies players, have got some thinking to do. Because all of a sudden, the game beginning to twist and turn. This is what you love about this T20 format. Even if you take 2 early wickets inside the power play, you always have a chance to come back with a couple boundaries. Goes full this time. Mid-on, up in the circle. Fantastic situational awareness, but an even better stroke. Harmeet Singh dealing in maximums.
We are going to be in the ball box soon if he keeps this up. Great shot there by Harmeet. I don't think you really want to bowl this line to Harmeet.
It was just all about the quickness to judge the length. After being struck for that maximum, almost could predict that it was going to be short. And once he was short, then he went full, and Harmeet Singh making it look very simple at the moment. And what you have to love about this, Nate Hayes, is even after he's come in, after they've lost 2 early wickets, he's still been very willing to attack. Andreas House has taken sort of a back seat, which you don't see too often. The captain has taken on all the responsibility of attacking things in this innings.
Yeah, in spite of those 2 wickets, right now they're in a great spot with runs. Their run rate's very, very good, very strong. They want to keep this up. Obviously, both of these batters are gonna want to stick around for a long time, but they can't take their feet off the gas considering what Silicon Valley strikers have in the tank coming in for their batting innings.
Well, Seattle, we do know they have a lot of power still to come. Shali Van Schalkwyk, the all-round in his ability. We know that they've got Rishi Bharadwaj, can bat well, but a lot will be on these two. You think they'll want to bat till at least the halfway stage. The longer that they bat, the more dangerous this Thunderbolts in terms of their batting lineup. Look, they're a very good bowling unit, which we've seen all throughout the season.
Yeah, they're absolutely, that's their biggest strength is their bowling. They know who their bowlers are going to be. They know what they're going to do, and they don't need a huge total to defend. But against this strikers team, you're going to want a big total for certain.
So Edwards now went short, was struck for maximum, went full, was hit back over his head, over mid-on for 6. Where does he bowl now? I think he's so different in terms of when he goes that wide approach, bowls that 4-stump line. It's much harder for Harmeet Singh, but he's got cover up in the circle, he's got extra cover up in the circle. No fielder on that offside boundary, so it tells you he's going to be straight and could be possibly short again. And what a comeback! What a comeback from Edwards. The finger goes up. And after 2 maximums, this is what you expect from your international talent.
Wow, how about that? You were just saying, Nick, that he should go on the 4th stump line, but his field wasn't set for such Raptors were happy to see him leave the Atlanta region to head to Seattle so that they don't have to put up with him. Rishi Bardwaj is a very good batter.
But it was a cutter, just rolled his fingers over it, and Harmeet Singh expecting short, expecting an express pace, just completely deceived him and had a stare at him as well. That is what you expect from your international quality. Ends with a dot and a good over in this game. End of 5, 41 for 3, commentary change.
Keep running through that.
At the end of 5 overs, Seattle Thunderbolts have scored 41 runs with a loss of 3 wickets.
Hello and welcome back to Church Street Park. Here in the conference finals between the Silicon Valley Strikers and the Seattle Thunderbolts. The Seattle Thunderbolts haven't gotten off to the start they were hoping to after winning the toss and electing to bat first. See just the wickets falling in pretty regular intervals. They're on that scorecard and really VIP area. All smiles for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Seattle Thunderbolts maybe just a spot of bother. 41 for 3 after 5. I'm Aman Patel. I'm joined by Peter Della Penna. As Kulvinder Singh comes back into the attack here in this 6th over, the final of the power play. Starts full and is just pushed into the gap. It's going to be at least a couple of runs. And 2 for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Peter, I have to say this is a power play that's so far been won by the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Everything was going their way for the Thunderbolts until those 2 sixes and then the wicket.
Again, the pressure just, as you mentioned, right on Seattle from the very beginning. And you mentioned even when the releases of pressure came through, you talked about it, the 2 sixes from Harmeet Singh. Even then, the wicket comes just a ball later. Again, Peter Della Penna to my right, Aman Patel here. And again, the Silicon Valley Strikers looking to go back to the final here at Church Street Park. Remember, winners in 2021. Seattle, they got the work cut out for them if they want to play spoiler for the Silicon Valley Strikers. And this one is helped over the top of the offside. Some width given from Kulvinder Singh. And Andreas Gaussi's too good not to miss out.
Well, he's had to watch the carnage unfold at the opposite end. All those wickets falling, but he hasn't lost his rhythm. Shown by that shot. Just gets the width, hammers it over the offside. And now a hell of a lot is going to depend on Andres House to get Seattle to a defendable total, because as good as this power play has been from a runs perspective, those 3 wickets, anytime you lose 3 wickets in a power play, it bodes well for the fielding side. So that 3rd wicket in particular, Harmeet Singh, seeing the way he started to get him out the way Fidel Edwards did with that very clever cutter. It's a huge blow struck by the Strikers, but as long as Andres House is there, they've got a fighting chance, Aman.
Kulvinder Singh was expensive in his first over, and he somehow, if you're the Seattle Thunderbolts, are now the bowler you want to go and attack. Was the hero for the Silicon Valley Strikers last year. Was one of their better bowlers, and again, 3 boundaries conceded Kulvinder Singh's first over as he sends deep cover out. Again, just not as much swing on offer for Kulvinder Singh, and you don't want to let House get going. As you mentioned, if the Seattle Thunderbolts hope to put on a defendable total, you just have a feeling it's going to be Andreas House that has to bat through the innings. This one pushed into the gap and pushed much better, and another 4. It's back-to-back off the bat of Andreas House. He's just got into a flow now, and Kulvinder Singh, touch too full, a touch too wide, and a touch too easy.
Well, we're not seeing swing, and that's what made Kulvinder Singh so devastating last year in this finals weekend for the Strikers. And here, the ball a bit older now in the 6th over. It's just coming onto the bat very, very nicely. On a clear day here in Morrisville at Church Street Park. Gorgeous batting conditions. And Andres House finally taking advantage of it for the Thunderbolts.
Well, we've seen most of the bowlers operate on a length, Peter. You talk about Saurabh Netravalkar, even Fidel Edwards was on a length. Kulvinder Singh has elected to pitch it up, hoping to extract some swing. No swing on offer. He's changed the angle now. And it is going to lead to a dot ball, and I think this is smart from Kulvinder Singh, understanding he's not going to swing, just want to use the angle of his left arm action.
But also the length you touched on there, much better just dragging it back. Not as easy to get away on that back of the length, and he keeps it tight, bringing that angle in.
And this one just hugging that wide line. It's going to be the end of the power play. Pretty even one, but 3 wickets for the Seattle Thunderbolts. It's 51 for the loss of 3. If you take a look at the batting card, it's Andreas House, who's been since the very beginning. 17 from 15. Harmeet Singh got some shots, 22 from 11. We're talking about those 3 wickets to fall. Ryan Pathan, Shubham Rajane, and Harmeet Singh.
They still got a lot of depth. Shadley Van Skalkvik yet to come in. They've used him as kind of a floater, depending on the match situation. So he's somebody who, seen him bat as high as 3 during the season. Here's the power play. You can see that first wicket chipped in the air, straight to Kindi Singh at mid-off. That was the first blow. Ryan Khan Patan falling. And then the drag on. That was Ranjane dragging on. And then you saw some power from Harmeet Singh going down the ground, going over the leg side as well. And this was the biggest blow that he struck of Kulvinder Singh. Audacious shot over deep backward square, and then followed up with another 6 back-to-back shots. But then the slower ball, Fidel Edwards showing all that experience, foxing him with that cutter. And that's what got Harmeet Singh out before Andres House finished off the power play with a few boundaries. So that's the state of affairs right now, 51 for 3, as we see Pranay Suri coming into the attack with his off spin.
He starts off with a huge wide there, Pranay Suri, and he is typically the spinner that the Silicon Valley Strikers will go to in the power play. We're 1 over removed from it. They're very formulaic, Silicon Valley Strikers. They don't change up the bowling lineup much as this is pushed into the leg side, and he seems to be coming out with the plan here. He wants to keep it away from Rishi Bhardwaj, not let anything get in the arc. It'll be interesting to see how he changes the ploy, though, for Andres House.
Yeah, he's somebody who, over the course of his career, bowls very kind of unorthodox angles. He's not your typical off-spin bowler in terms of the angles that he likes to use.
Well, again wide, and this time helped through the offside. Gonna find the fielder out in the deep. But again, it feels very defensive at the moment for the Silicon Valley Strikers. They're just keeping the balls away from the Seattle Thunderbolts. Seeing that they have shown the aggressive nature, they just want to keep them from really advancing and attacking and setting up a platform for guys like Shadley Van Skalkvik. There's a sweep shot that comes out. Work for Kulvinder Singh along the boundary. He does well. They're going to push for 2 and get 2 in the end. A quick running got there for Rishi Bhardwaj, and it's going to be key here at Church Street Park. We talk about it so much. The running between the wickets, especially along the big square boundaries here.
And again, using that sweep shot, good recognition of how deep those boundaries are. It's always going to be difficult to get the ball in. You can always take on one for the throw. And as deep as the boundaries are here, square of the wicket, close to 70 yards at Church Street Park.
Again, pushed out wide and just straight to the fielder.
Pranay Suri's got an interesting backstory. He played for USC Under-19 in 2011 at the World Cup qualifier in Ireland. He was one of the best junior prospects in America at the time. Hasn't gotten a chance in the senior team over the years.
Well, that sweep comes out. Carlos for catch it, but it's away from the fielder. It's a good shot that from Rishi Bhardwaj, and there's going to be another boundary for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Just picking up on the line early. Gets it all the way over the top.
Well, this looked like it could have been a chance when it first came off the bat, but Dev Tadani, the youngster out there, took a really poor angle to the ball, it's got to be said, and he kind of came in a little bit before realizing he really had to be hugging the rope. You can see that replay angle much better. He came in, his initial step was in rather than circling around the rope, and if he had stayed circling around the rope, he would have been able to at least get a hand to it. and keep it from going over the rope. Instead, it's 6 runs.
And pushed into the leg side here from Rishi Bardwaj. And a little bit of a slip there as we see that drive. Almost like the driving of the Toyota Tundra as the 7th over ends. 61 for the loss of 3 are the Seattle Thunderbolts. And the Seattle Thunderbolts and Rishi Bardwaj just looked like they refueled, made a pit stop at Sunoco just to get some impetus back in their innings and get some more flow into this batting innings as they look to put up a defendable total. Andreas House, though, he's the one that could be on the pages of DAFA News. Already got some boundaries to his name. He's looking to put a staple in the innings and really carry the team over the line.
And now somebody who's looking to atone for that mistake out in the field just now. Dev Tadani comes into the attack. He's floating around the USA Under-19 setup. Last year didn't crack the USA Under-19 squad, but he's somebody who's a promising junior prospect out in the San Francisco Bay Area. And his sister, his younger sister, Suhani, has already made her debut for the USA Women's National Team. She was the leading wicket taker in Mexico last year at the ICC America's Women's T20 World Cup qualifier. A lot of young talent all across America, a lot of youngsters in the crowd today. You see on screen, and one of those youngsters getting a chance here, Dev Tadani. His dad, Rajiv, made the trip. He's one of the supporters for the Strikers who's come out here for this weekend. I saw Mahir Jarawala as well. Rahul's dad made the trip, so it's good to see some family support for these teams here in the semifinals of the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco.
And Dev Tadani just starts on that length. And I think that's going to be the key here. There was a little bit of moisture out. You heard Nikhil and Nate talk about it, and I think the length is going to be ever so important when bowling to anybody on the Seattle side. Dev Tadani last week against Chicago was given 4 overs, 36 runs and a wicket. And he's someone who's really come up the ranks and earned his stripes with the Silicon team. Wasn't given really a big opportunity early on in the season, but as the season has progressed, he's only gotten better and better, and the Silicon Valley Strikers, they've rewarded how he's come up. Right on a length and just again attacking, and a little bit of variable bounce as well. Might have stayed just a touch low on House.
He's not brisk, but he's generally been somebody over the last couple years where I've seen him in USA National events. He's fairly disciplined, and he's just got to keep that pressure on, keep it tight, bowling in partnerships.
This one again on a length and close to the body of House. And when we look at Dev Tadani, you mentioned it, I think the consistency is what is key. Similar to a Saurabh Netravalkar towards the death, when you just talk about just does this little things right, keeps it on a like, make it difficult for the batters, isn't going to try to do anything flashy, anything fancy, just going to say you miss, I hit, and just play to the advantages of the wicket.
Good bowling here, very disciplined, not trying to do anything too fancy, just cramping.
Nice Dave. Good areas there, Dave.
Batter for room, Bardwaj. Yeah, there's been a number of youngsters coming through the Bay Area. You can see here, just again on a good line, nothing express. Jarawala, teenager behind the stumps, the 18-year-old, made his USA senior team debut in Texas earlier this year. And you've got Rohan Posanapalli, who's based in the Bay Area, born and raised in the Bay Area, but he's in the Seattle Thunderbolts squad. Get a chance to see him later on with the ball.
Yeah, a lot of good young talent on display here at Church Street Park.
And one of the people who's been involved with their coaching, Rusty Tehran, is in the house today. No, he's keeping an eye on them from over in one of the huts on the east side of the ground. So great to see coaching work that Rusty's been doing, bearing fruits here with these youngsters, getting an opportunity to shine against some of the senior players in this championship.
And
This one pushed back down the ground to end the 8th over. It's a good start for Dev Tadani. Just gave up 4 runs, 65 for the loss of 3 after 8.
Hi, son. He's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
Well, look at this Church Street Park in all of its glory. The site of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco on this finals weekend. We're here in the Pacific Conference Championship between the Seattle Thunderbolts and the Silicon Valley Strikers. The Seattle Thunderbolts, they elected to bat first, 65 for 3, seeing their captain go. Harmeet Singh, he's one of the 3 wickets to fall, but you still have Andreas House in the middle. Shadley Van Schultwit to come later in the day. Rishi Bhardwaj has gotten going here, and he's a big part of this middle order. Good to see all the fans out early on this hot summer day here in Morrisville, North Carolina. Peter, you spent time all around the world. How is this heat compared to some of the other places you've experienced?
Tolerable is the word I would use for it. Definitely not nearly as sticky as Florida or Houston.
Well, tolerable might be the word Peter Della Penna uses, but I'm not sure many of the fans will agree, but they love cricket. That's why they're out here watching as Lendell Simmons comes into the attack for the Silicon Valley Strikers, and he's a big part of this bowling unit. We said earlier, they don't change things up. As this one is pulled, should be taken, and it is. Kulvinder Singh, what a catch, and you see the pose. Maybe a bit of a drag down, going to be a little bit disappointed in that dismissal. But Lendell Simmons, he strikes straight away. Second delivery here, and he gets Andreas House.
Well, when this came off the bat, it looked like Kendi Singh misjudged it. He came in, you can see him take that first step in, but then he settles himself, gets the hands up over his head, and he's shown over the years, even though the technique might be a little bit clumsy at times, he's got a very safe pair of hands, and he holds on there. He's taken 2 catches now today, and he's gotten 2 big ones in his hands. First, Ryan Patan, and now Andres Cruz out for 20, and it's 65 for 4 in the 9th.
Shadley Van Schultwit, and coming in to the middle. He's going to have to play an uber important role with the bat. He's such a big part of that middle order. Now he's going to have to bat through the innings, you would have to assume, after that dismissal of Andreas House. You can see 31 matches across the 2 years, 402 runs to his name. Also get to see him with the ball in hand. Lendell Simmons, though, more known for what he does with the bat. Given the ball here from Umung Chand, and straight away gets himself into the wickets with one of the biggest ones of the day. And again, Kulvinder Singh, I love the catch and I love the reaction after he finds his footing. Just that little pose, almost like he just won Mr. Olympia.
He's a very proud Punjabi. See him after he takes this catch. Kendi Singh out there holds the pose, and then he breaks out the Kabaddi celebration that you see Shikhar Dhawan do for India. He's probably the most famous person who does this Kabaddi celebration, the thigh slap. And then the point to the skies, and Lendell Simmons all smiles as well. And you can see why the Strikers have been so dominant over the course of the last 2 years. They are the defending champs for a reason.
Starts right on the money, Lendell Simmons to Shadley. Don't want to let Shadley get going. Like we mentioned, he's such an important player for the Seattle Thunderbolts side, both with bat and ball. And you just felt House was able to keep going until the 15th over, and then Shadley was able to come in after. Could have been a different story for the Thunderbolts.
He's going to look for two here. He's placed it very, very well, and he wanted to, but Rishi Bhardwaj didn't get the memo. They'll settle for one, but he's somebody who they've used as a floater. We talked about it before, Shedley Van Skalkvik, that he wanted to give him an opportunity to stay a little bit longer before he comes in as a finisher, but unfortunately with the fall of the wickets and it's happened above him, they can't really hold him back any longer. They need him to put in a major, major contribution if they're going to thwart the strikers here.
This one straying down the leg side. Going to find a fine leg there. Just going to be a single. In a wide. Just came off the gloves of Rahul Jadiwala. And just a rare extra here from the Silicon Valley Strikers. But for the Seattle Thunderbolts, as you mentioned, they wanted to give Shadley some time in the middle. I don't think they wanted to give him this much time in the middle. I think they would have liked to have sent him after maybe that 12th over mark. Let him do his damage from there. As you mentioned, with the wickets that fell, they're going to need him to be big, and all Seattle Thunderbolts fans will be hoping he will be on the pages of Dafa News after he lights it up with the bat.
He's somebody who's a front page cover boy, Aman. Whether it's for his runs or for his looks. He might be competing for the cover of GQ as well at some point there, Aman. I don't know.
Well, you can see the dugout for the Seattle Thunderbolts, and given the state of affairs, they do seem rather calm, knowing that Shadley Van Skalkvik is still in the middle. 9 overs gone, 70 for the loss of 4. You just take a look at the batting card there. Again, it's just the wickets falling in regular intervals. Only 2 batters, or 3 batters rather, into the double figures. Andreas House, Harmeet Singh, and Rishi Bhardwaj. Shadley Van Skalkvik going to be such a vital part for the Seattle Thunderbolts. And talk about the depth nearly gone. Jay Guruprayana, who is one of their under 21s, he would have to come up quite a big way with bat in hand. With the ball for the Silicon Valley Strikers, they've just been ever so dominant. 2 wickets for Fidel Edwards, 1 for Lendl Simmons, and Saurabh Netravalkar. Just look at that economy, 3.5 and a wicket. It's nothing new if you've seen the Silicon Valley Strikers. They just understand their game and they just execute in the highest of manners.
So much depth. Now you're seeing Shehan Jayasuriya come into the attack. There's just no shortage of options, quality options to Varun Chand call upon here.
Check him, huh?
And they've also showcased with this the shrewdness of some of their signings, maximizing the roster.
As this is just tucked into the leg side. No run on offer. It's Shehan Jayasuriya, who's called in off and on for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Again, is a bowling option when they don't have Srinivas Raghavan. And he, not being in the 11 today, you almost felt that it was going to be Shehan Jayasuriya to come in with ball in hand.
Showing the variation in his bowling action as well. That first over was quite round arm. Now he's coming a bit more over the top. Very quirky stylistically.
Let's keep working, boys.
Jayasuriya trying to keep the Thunderbolts off balance. Had that lengthy career in Sri Lanka. And he married an American of Sri Lankan heritage. And that's what brought him here to the U.S. And now he's based out in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Sebastian, come, boys.
His wife is from New York. Grew up in New York and Staten Island. Now they're out in the Bay Area.
Wait.
And Shehan Jayasuriya has been such an important part of the Silicon Valley Strikers' success. Again, going to be more known for what he does with the bat, but with the ball, just able to contribute in smart ways. Again, doesn't do anything flashy, doesn't turn the ball a whole lot, but he's someone who just keeps it on a length, keeps it on stumps, and it just feels like perfect T20 style bowling.
Sometimes it's all it takes, nothing special.
I like this from the Seattle Thunderbolts. Again, we've talked about time and time again here at Church Street Park. There's lulls in the game where the batting side just seems to struggle for runs, but it just feels as if you can just get to the later stages, batting gets a little bit easier. And so for these two, rotating, keeping the singles and doubles flowing is going to be ever so important as you head into this middle period of the game.
And just one boundary since the end of the power play, and that came in the 7th over, but even if they're not scoring the boundaries, they've still just got to do an efficient job of rotating the strike, and there's so many twos on offer with these wide square boundaries. No twos on offer when you have Shehan Jayasuriya bowling like that. But as you mentioned, even with the boundaries not flowing, you can look at that current run rate. Just a touch under 7.5, so they're still finding ways to get a little over a single every delivery. This time it's 2 dots to end the over. Another good one for Shehan Jayasuriya and the Silicon Valley Strikers. At the end of 10, it's 73 for the loss of 4. An absolute beauty. And we have our very own sideline reporter, Paxton Elrod. Paxton, what's going on?
Yes, thank you guys. I am here with the mayor of Morrisville, TJ Colley. How are you doing today?
We're doing great. We're so happy to be hosting.
I mean, this is one of the most beautiful, picturesque cricket grounds in the U.S. What does it mean to you to host an event like this in Morrisville?
This is incredible. This has been more than a decade in the making. The vision from past councils and the support of our residents has been incredible. We have local league and community members who volunteer often, and this couldn't be possible without lots of different partnerships, and we're so happy to be hosting this year.
So to have the fans come out and to get the support and cheering on their team, just with a sport that you don't see a lot in the U.S. that's growing rapidly, Morrisville is that place. Do you have a sense of pride with that?
So very much. We are such a welcoming community, and people from all over the world are coming to Morrisville. We don't have any homes left, essentially, and everyone's going to be coming out to enjoy the greatest sport in the world, cricket, here in Morrisville, arguably the best pitch in the whole United States.
I love that. Well, I'll let you go back and watch the game and throw it back to you guys in the broadcast booth.
Well, how about that, Paxton? Thank you so much. And hearing TJ Colley, the mayor of Morrisville, as we head into this 11th over. Morrisville has really become a hub, and we get people from all over the country to come by, and now we have someone from the Bay Area. Mr. Joe Hickey joins me in the booth. Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing great so far. I was hoping to get a chance to come down and experience Morrisville myself at some point in the future, and as luck has had it, I've been hauled along for this, and couldn't be more delighted.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have Joe Hickey in the booth, and again, just an absolute blast. Joe Hickey to my right. He's been calling games for the Bay Area all season long, and he pulls some of the most incredible stats out. It's really been a pleasure to hear him and to be joined by him as Dev Tadani comes in with the ball in hand. The Silicon Valley Strikers, they've held the Seattle Thunderbolts to just 75 runs so far. Joe, at this stage of the game, what do you think the Silicon Valley Strikers are looking forward to do?
Well, Silicon Valley generally, with ball in hand, tend to just very consistently manage risk, very consistently manage the accumulation rate for their opponents. Generally speaking, there's not a spot where they're, at least for the first 15 overs, where they're overwhelmingly good.
That shot might be overwhelmingly good. It's straight back down the ground, but you can see the plan here from Dev Tadani. He's gone wide. He's gone that Yorker length he's trying to hit, and also the cutters. He's just mixing it up, and again, it's been very defensive bowling here from the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Yeah, generally speaking, when they do strike, it's down toward the death overs. They've got a couple of guys who, in Kulvinder Singh and Saurabh Netravalkar, and heck, Roshan Primus before that take wickets at 10 or 12 balls per.
Well, how about that delivery? Just a little bit of a shape away, that angle away from Dev Tadani that he so often gets. Again, pushing it across that left-hander, Chadley Van Skalkwik.
Very nearly caught a piece of pad on the way by there.
Again, Dev Tadani, one of the most promising youngsters in all the USA. We heard Peter Della Penna talk about his sister Suhani Thadani, who's made her debut for USA. Dave's still hoping to do so, and he's made such a good case here with the Silicon Valley Strikers this season.
Well, certainly the development over the course of this season, he's been given more and more opportunities. Started out as a great fielder and an occasional bowler last year, and now is occasionally being trusted with power play wickets. Overs, rather.
Well, another good over is going to come to an end here for the Silicon Valley Strikers, as we see another slip there from the Seattle Thunderbolts. 11 overs gone, 77 for the loss of 4.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Well, we welcome you back to Church Street Park. The Seattle Thunderbolts, over half of their innings is gone, and they only got 77 runs on the board. We heard Nick Hill with Damachan, they talked about it earlier. 141 is the average score batting first, but your average winning score here at Church Street Park is 173. So it's well under par here, and again, the fans are hoping for some more so magic as we head into the second innings of this first matchup.
Well, and you can never underestimate what Silicon Valley are going to bring with bat in hand later on today. Just a lineup that seems to go on forever. And some very powerful guys, the likes of Gary Graham waiting at the bottom, and of course new faces such as Lendl Simmons and Fidel Edwards ready to contribute as well, even in the absence of Primus and Reefer, who were so effective early in the season.
That is the impressive part of Silicon Valley.
Down
The depth.
Yes, Deva.
As you see Sehan Jayasuri with the ball in hand, a fantastic fielding effort.
Take your time there.
There from Dave Tadani, you mentioned it, an excellent fielder.
Yeah, that was how we first kind of.
Well, this one's in the air. Kulvinder Singh is there, but it's going to be one bounce to him. You could hear the cries for catch it, and with Kulvinder Singh there, you just thought, is it going to be a trifecta for Kulvinder Singh?
Yeah, trying to get the Mack truck out of second gear to come in and charge that one down, but it was sinking fast in front of Paji.
Check, you see Ashe is really square. You see?
We're starting to say, though, Dev caught our eye first as specifically a fielder. Had a couple of great catches late in the season, especially in the game where... especially in the game where the Strikers had to win on the final day of last year's regular season just to make the playoffs. It's easy to forget that they had to battle back that way rather than from this favorites position they have right now.
Well, this one is hit up in the air. Dave Tadani unable to haul it in. Such a good fielder. We've seen him take such great catches, some absolute blinders, but this one in and out of the hands, and disappointment for Shehan Jayasuriya.
And Shehan managing to pick up the toe end of the bat on that one to get it headed straight up. Shehan has been creating chances left and right since he's been forced into service. 3 wickets for 21 runs last Sunday as an emergency spinner when Srini went down with the injury.
You see Dave Tadani, he's running back, and it's never easy running back trying to take a catch, and just felt like he lost sight of it as it was coming down.
Yourself, Shay. Nicely, Shay.
As you mentioned, Shehan Jayasuriya, he's someone who comes in and bowls when they need him in spots, and he's someone who's always producing, is so consistent, and feels like a perfect T20 bowler.
And he gets through his overs quickly, which his captain will love.
This one dragged down short, is hit into the leg side, out to Kulvinder Singh, and just be one to end the 12th over, 80 for the loss of 4. Well, the Seattle Thunderbolts here, we talked about the depth of the Silicon Valley Strikers. Not much depth left for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Talk about these two would probably be your last 2 real recognized bats, and Shadley Van Skalkovic and Rishi Bardwaj. We've seen Jay Guruprana bat up the order at times for the Thunderbolts, but more out of desperation. The Silicon Valley Strikers, depth on top of depth on top of depth with that bowling card.
Yeah, well, Lendl Simmons there bowling his very first over here in this minor league cricket season, and Fidel Edwards brought in basically as a replacement. Roshan Primus seems to have largely jumped into that role. We've only seen the one over from Pranay Suri, who has generally been the big guy in the middle overs.
Well, Thadani to continue, starts on the legs of Van Skalkovic, and he'll find deep mid-wicket for 2 runs. And this is going to be an important period for the Thunderbolts as they head towards that last 5. This is the part where, again, we haven't seen a boundary since that 7th over. So you're really going to need those doubles to come in big ways, especially if you hit it square where the boundaries are just a touch larger. This one pushed once again, and again, if you're Dev Thadani, it's just been the consistency of being on a length and not really giving up those boundaries, and the Silicon Valley Strikers, they're just able to cruise through their overs at the moment.
Yeah, I've been tracking things like percentage runs given up through boundaries, and his has just been dipping all season long. And in tandem with that, his impact rating through Tom Nielsen's stats, value over a replacement player of average ability, has just been creeping up season on.
He's been impressive in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. As this one is going to be cut away, and is going to be cut through the infield, and finally a boundary, a relief from the pressure for the Seattle Thunderbolts, and it's off the bat of Rishi Bardwaj.
Well, and sooner or later they're going to need to target some of these bowlers here in the middle overs, because you don't want to be pressing when you get the likes of Netravalkar and Kulvinder Singh out there, because they will make you pay for it. Gorgeous cut shot there, run down to a very wide position at backward point.
Yeah, just a little bit of width on offer, and that's all the invitation Rishi Bardwaj needed. Again, what Dev Thadani been doing really well was just minimizing that width. That one wasn't even too wide, just on that 4th stump. This time it's swept into the leg side. Mid-wicket's got some work to do and will cut it and keep it to just 1.
Bardwaj into the 20s now after that 4 down to backward point, and every other time that Seattle batter has gotten up into the 20s, it's been curtains very, very shortly thereafter. They need somebody to put the hand up and put together a bigger contribution.
And never easy to come in right away and hit big, and you look at that Thunderbolts dugout. Again, you talk about a lot of big bats already back in there, sitting away. When you talk about Harmeet Singh, you talk about Andres House. So they're going to need one of these two to bat on and be that big bat to carry them through the last 5. Again, on the legs, and again, just going to be worked into the leg side. The plan is just so simple for Dev Thadani when bowling to Shadley Van Skalkovic. Not going to give him anything on the offside, keep it on his legs, and let him hit it to my 2 fielders out on the leg side.
Yeah, not a lot of motion in the air generally for Dev. Not a ton of seam off the surface, although every now and again he'll pick up a little something. But yeah, for him it is all about discipline. Got to get the line right, got to hit the right length, got to make this uncomfortable for the batter.
And the cutters have been really impressive. Bowled them so frequently today. This time short, wide, fielders in position. It's just going to be a couple of bounces over there. Kind of gets away with that one. Rishi Bardwaj is going to feel that he's missed out. It was short, it was wide, it was there to hit. Just misses out. 13 overs gone, 90 for the loss of 4.
We'll take a look at that Manhattan there, Aman. A big one here just to try to get up into the level they were scoring at toward the end of the power play. You can see there a couple of very short buildings at the beginning of the middle overs. The Silicon Valley striker bowlers, the likes of Suri, Thadani, Lendl Simmons really holding things in check.
Yeah, and I think that's what the early wickets did. Again, you can see the tall towers early, but it's those middle periods as you see the Silicon Valley Strikers, or excuse me, the Seattle Thunderbolts rather, Andrews House over to the left of your screen, Rohan Posanapalli in the middle. We'll get to see him with ball in hand later today as well. But I think it's the wickets early that really affected the Thunderbolts' ability to build off of their innings and catapult to a huge total. Because of the fact you lose Harmeet Singh, you lose those 3 wickets early, now you're just feeling as if you have to rebound. You're always trying to rebuild an innings rather than just building one.
Now we saw a period of consolidation there. They're going to have to deal with the guy that was so effective up in Seattle now, Pranay Suri.
And Pranay Suri, his first over, he started attacking the wide line, kept it really full and really wide. Now you see this first delivery, a touch closer to the batsman on a length as well. Again on a length, and again worked into the leg side. And I like this plan a little bit better than I did the wide Yorker plan. I thought had you just missed it, you give the batter the ability just to free his arms to covers, and with the packed leg side field, have plenty of protection for any shot on the leg side.
Yeah, Surrey, an expert as of late at picking up the toe end of the bat. Folks trying to reach out a little too far as he does test that wide line. So maybe at this point in the over, looking for the temptation and then see if he can slide one out a little further and pick up that edge.
And this one is going to just funnel away through the infield, going to get that quick single. And again, the Seattle Thunderbolts still struggling to find really any rhythm. Shadley Van Schalkwijk has not looked to be at his best as of yet, but if he's in the middle for the last 5, you're going to feel in a good place if you're Seattle, because you always know it gets easier to bat as you continue to bat here at Church Street Park.
We'll want to be careful here as well with Surrey. This is the guy who did take his wicket clean bowled back up in Seattle.
Easy, buddy. Finish well, Pranay.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, want to be careful. Don't want to lose your wicket here. We talked about it. Not much depth after these two. You don't want to expose that lower middle order. This one again pushed into the leg side. And again, it seems to be the ploy here. They haven't picked that bowler that they want to attack yet. And you're just thinking, who is the bowler you want to attack? Because you talked about that. There's depth on top of depth on this bowling lineup.
And you can understand being careful with Surrey. He's the third leading wicket taker in all of minor league cricket. And again, had one of his 2 back-to-back fifers against Seattle earlier in the year.
Well, this one isn't careful. It's swept away, but it's only going to find the fielder. As we mentioned, a packed leg side field for that shot. We've seen Bardwaj play pretty consistently, and that'll do it for the 14th over. Just 5 runs from it, 95 to the loss of 4. Again, the Thunderbolts, as we mentioned, it's just the wickets early on. You had Ryan Patan, Shubham Rajane. And both winning those playoff matchups last week to earn their spot here at Church Street Park.
Well, that playoff race down the stretch was just something to behold. We had calculators throwing sparks, trying to figure out exactly what Seattle needed to nudge forward on that net run rate. You see there on the graphic that it's better than anybody else in the division, but that crept up by a solid half a run per over just in the last 2 games in order to try to catch East Bay. And especially last week, looking at the games against Dallas, we were joking in the comms box down in Morgan Hill. Has anybody told them they don't need to worry about net run rate anymore as we watch those scores creep up, or creep's the wrong word, shoot up?
Yeah, I think when you get in that mode, it's hard to get out of it. They were just full acceleration, but Kulvinder Singh, he hasn't been at his utmost best. Is this the over they're going to take advantage of? Well, it's much better length here from Kulvinder Singh as they scamper away for a quick single. I thought early on he just got a touch too full, touch too wide, and made it a touch too easy for all the batters.
Well, and Singh, generally speaking, is somebody who keeps it economical up front, and a little disappointing to see him have the trouble conceding those boundaries early, but it's here where he tends to strike. His strike rate inside the power play is 44 balls per wicket. It's 8.4 at the death, and we're very, very close to that point here. Figure an early beginning to that as the first of the classic death bowlers for Silicon Valley comes in.
You'd have to imagine Kulvinder Singh from one end, Saurabh Netravalkar from the other, but if one of the two were not to find success, Fidel Edwards is a man you could bring in. Dadani has an over left, and he hasn't been punished for runs. A lot of options for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Running out of time, though, the Seattle Thunderbolts. And what a ball that is from Kulvinder Singh on a length, and that's where it's very difficult to play that pickup shot Shadley wanted to play.
Get a look here, making use of the tough angle around the wicket, lefty to lefty, looking to pick up that outside edge. Very nearly did. And Rahul Jadiwala ready to pounce. That's a guy who leads all of minor league cricket in dismissals with 27 after the one he had earlier today.
This time it's full. It's pushed straight back down the ground, but just going to be one. You mentioned it. The death bowling for the Silicon Valley Strikers have just been so good all season long. They have their pair. They've stuck with their pair. And even then, they also take wickets at the end as well because you have to go and attack. And it just speaks to how good the bowling is all throughout the innings.
When we heard earlier about the talent that Kulvinder Singh's had for that specifically, he's the one who protected the 5 against East Bay.
As this one, there's a shout for LBW. Says no, but no run on offer. Still a valuable dot ball here in the last 5.
Kulvinder, that big protection against East Bay, also was responsible for bowling the team double hat trick last week against the Chicago Tigers. Actually responsible for one, nearly responsible for one of the runouts.
Kulvinder Singh, after starting expensive, 23 from his first 2. He's really come back strong. This one short, wide. It's pushed through the offside, but fielder there at deep third. And again, just bowling to their field, the Silicon Valley Strikers. We've talked about it. They don't do anything fancy. Kulvinder Singh, for lack of a better word, probably be the flashiest of all the bowlers just because of how much he moves it. But everyone else, they've just kept it nice and tight.
Well, and it's such a luxury to be able to bring him up to this point in the innings. Now with Edwards available, they've done that with Reefer as well earlier in the season.
This one pushed out wide, and it is a wide there. Kulvinder Singh doesn't really like the call, but you could see it. The intention from him was to go short and keep it away from Shadley Venchkolkwik. Just getting a touch too wide.
Live by the angle, die by the angle.
Yeah, you rarely see those wides be called because of that angle, but the umpire deemed it so, and this time much closer and on the body of Shadley Venchkolkwik, and it latches onto him, and that'll be the end of the 15th over. It's 99 for the loss of 4.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
The beautiful, the picturesque Church Street Park, ladies and gentlemen. What a start to the weekend it's been. The Seattle Thunderbolts, of course, winning the toss, batting first here. And now with 5 overs remaining, will need to close out the innings well. Remember, it's win or go home for these two teams. Coming with a lot to play for this tournament. Dane Pete alongside me, the former international commentator, and in the middle, Vijay Mallela.
Commentator, Nikhil, thanks for the introduction.
Well, of course, now you're a commentator, Jermaine Lindo, the other standing umpire, but let's not forget we just saw you in action on the premium coverage for the Morrisville Raptors as the captain, so you know this ground very well. Nachavalkar back into the attack, no ball signaled straight away. Dane, fantastic to have you join us in our coverage because of the fact that obviously you're extremely good. That's the first thing. As a free hit, it's going to be a free hit for the Thunderbolts as the 100 comes up inside the 16th over. But Dane, let's not forget you are the Morrisville Raptors captain. You guys have played a lot of cricket here at Church Street Park. Now, let's start from the very top. The Seattle Thunderbolts won the toss. They elected to bat first. Was that a surprising decision for you?
Yeah, really surprising. Thought they'll look to stick in the strikers, try to get the big fish out early. Unfortunately, they chose to bat first, which is an interesting decision, but it's playoff time, so things are quite different. And at the end of the day, they've got to put runs on the board and try to put them under pressure.
So the free hit delivery well executed from Saurabh Nachavalkar. Goes Yorker and able to close out that delivery well.
Shadley Venchkolkwik has really absorbed the pressure in this period. He came in at about 60 for 4. which is a lot of pressure. But he's an experienced cricketer, really good all-rounder, talented all-rounder, good with the ball, good with the bat, good in the field. So it's important that he, with Rishi on the other end, absorb the pressure, knock the ball around. Great shot by Rishi. Bhardwaj flicking it off the hip for 2 valuable runs for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
Well, they've been able to do extremely well in that middle phase. You looked at them coming into this tournament, Dane, the Silicon Valley Strikers, and what they've been able to do in the middle overs, led by Pranesh Suri, their leading wicket taker, who, of course, has taken the most for them and one of the most in the tournament. Suri, of course, picking up 14 wickets last season. This season he's gone to 26, but they've kept that run rate to just under 5 and over in that middle phase, which has made it extremely difficult now for the Thunderbolts to get to that 150 total. They'll have to really bat well. Big strike from Bhardwaj. Slower delivery.
Like I told you offline, Nikhil, there was a bit of moisture in the pitch. We had rain here in Morrisville 3 or 2 days ago. Pitch wasn't covered, and there is a bit of moisture. That's why I expected them to bowl first. And unfortunately, they went with batting. But like I said, the 140 mark is still going to be a competitive total at the end of the day, being a playoff game. And again, they didn't lose wickets here, so they do have wickets in hand going into the back 4 overs.
Has hit that well, but deep cover in place. When you look at the way that the Thunderbolts have gone about things, the power play, they really struggled. They lost 3 wickets inside the power play. The run rate wasn't on the bad side because of some fireworks from Harmeet Singh, but 51 for 3. Never easy, but then more importantly, you look at the 2 games that these teams have played in the group stages. How big of a psychological advantage would it have been for Unmukt Chan and his men? The fact that they've beaten this same Seattle Thunderbolts team twice coming into this weekend.
Yeah, they will have the upper hand, having played in Seattle. And remember, that was the first weekend of turf cricket in Seattle. There was a low defense of, I think, 70 or 90 runs that the Strikers did have against them. That does play a part, but if you have 3 to 4 big players standing up in this situation, that gets tossed out the window in a playoff game. And that's going to be an important part for the Seattle Thunderbolts, knowing that the game's never done. They've got to keep fighting, try to take a leaf out of the Morrisville Raptors team.
Oh no, Dane. Those Raptors, they would be wishing that they're here fighting later today as that Atlantic Conference game goes down between the Stallions and the Fire. Again, protection in deep. It's an interesting angle Sarbnath Chavalkar is working with. Coming around the wicket. He saw him start over with a slip in place in the power play. We'll get back to that in the next over. End of 16, 107 for 4.
A single to end the over. Seattle Thunderbolts outscored 107 runs for a loss of 4 wickets after 16 overs of play.
Been a pretty disappointing start for the Seattle Thunderbolts. They lost early wickets thanks to some good bowling from Fida Edwards, 2 for 21 for him. Lender Simmons also picking up a wicket. Bit of a interesting choice from Unmukt Chan to get into the attack, but it paid off for him, getting the big wicket of Andreas Gauss. Fida Edwards again went full to start, and Ryan Kampathan, as he so often does, likes to be aggressive early. Top edge found Kulvinder Singh, and then the next one, after being struck for 2 maximums, Dane, a great delivery to come back against Harmeet Singh.
Yeah, it took off the pace, and that, for me, shows a wealth of experience. Kept his cool, made a field change, brought the mid-wicket in, dropped his long on, rolling his fingers over the ball, brushing Harmeet Singh's glove, and that just, for me, shows the wealth of experience this man's played from Test cricket to county cricket for Hampshire. A good friend of mine, Adrian Burrell, the coach of Hampshire, loves Fidel Edwards and the work he puts in. So that is a great piece of bowling. And that are the TCL youth boys that some of them I do coach. Really good, talented Krish on the right of screen.
Helps it along its way. That is innovation at its best, and it goes all the way for a maximum from Rishi Bhardwaj. Now coming into his own. This is the phase of the innings where they've got to attack.
Yeah, great shot. Interesting ploy by Fidel Edwards, going with an off-cutter first ball. But getting onto his back knee and flicking this over fine leg was a great shot. Just what the Seattle Thunderbolts needed at an important stage of the game. Using all the pace, even though there was a lack of it, helping the ball over Narsin Dionarine, a short fine leg, flicking it over for maximum over the white picket fence.
So, Rishi Bhattacharya, with all his experience playing for the Atlanta Fire last season, using that bit of extra pace.
That's a wide.
Not given by umpire Vijay Malela.
That's why I'm sitting next to you, Nikhil.
Have a look at it again, Dane Pete.
We have,
Ooh.
that's on the left of the blue line, which is a wide.
Interesting call from umpire Malela. But Fida Edwards has got to come back well here. He's looking to bowl, he's bowling over the wicket to the right hand. He's setting back that deep third fielder now. Sarbnath Chavalka going back on the boundary. Goes down the leg side again. More runs for Bhattacharya. This is not a good over so far from Fida Edwards, and the Thunderbolts are making full use.
Yeah, again, rolling his fingers over it. Pressure by Rishi in the first ball of the over. Again, flicking that up to the right this time of Narsin Dionarine. Getting another boundary. I was expecting Fidel to go hard length, full pace, but with the field that he set, he's scared of Rishi going over the mid-off region with the field change that you did mention, Nikhil. But valuable runs for the Seattle Thunderbolts, taking them over that 7 runs and over at the moment. So they'll try to pushing to 7.5, 8 and over, which will make a really competitive score in 160 going into the back end of this cricket match.
So 10 from the first 3 deliveries for the Thunderbolts. This was the big over that they needed. That run rate has been hovering over that 6 and 7 mark all innings. And the fact that they only scored 48 runs in the 10 middle overs will need, they will need to come back well to close out this innings. It's so important in terms of the momentum, Dane Pete, to finish the innings well. There's still 3 overs remaining. Shadi van Schatwijk will be important. We know he can play sort of those powerful innings to finish. But he will have a different challenge facing Nachavalka and Edwards.
That's a wide. Yes, those 24 balls that Shadi van Schatwijk has faced has hopefully given him an idea of how the pitch is playing, so he can launch to the back end of the innings. Have a look again at this wide. Look pretty similar to the previous second ball of the over. Getting it right this time, Mr. Umpire VJ. But yes, those 24 balls, Shadi will look to jump on the bandwagon with Rishi and try to really get that Thunderbolts to the 160 mark, which makes things really, really interesting.
Has he got it? Has he got it? You bet he has. Off the middle. Thanks very much, Rishi Bhattacharya. What an innings this is turning out to be. Scintillating striking.
Great shot. Holding his composure. Not trying to overhit the ball. Letting it drop kick into the middle of his bat. You can just flick it over wide, long on for a great 6. And the TCL boys are starting to look for that ball. But that's a great, great shot by an experienced Rishi Bhattacharya. Beating the wide, long on. Again, looked like an off-cutter by Fidel Edwards. But a great shot and just what the Thunderbolts required in this moment of time.
Oh, you just wonder, was Fida Edwards, as the ball's been retrieved, looking for that Yorker, which may have just missed his length. He does have a deep fine leg. He does have a deep square leg and a deep third on the boundary, but may have just missed his length. It tells you about T20 cricket and the fine margins that we work with, Dane Pete. So little margin for error.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. But it just shows the beauty of Church Street Park. Wickets in hand. You can really, if you get to understand the pace of wicket, you can definitely launch in the back end, which they have done. Again, it shows Fidel Edwards missing his length, short or full, and the Thunderbolts have really pounced on it.
Now looking again to go wide, much better in terms of the length from Fida Edwards. Pulls it back very hard, hit that boundary, but a big over for the Thunderbolts. 17 runs come from it, 124 for 4. Well, a look at what's happened for the Thunderbolts so far. The last couple of overs have improved in terms of their run scoring efforts. Batting first, of course, winning the toss if you're now joining us. They do have some respectability to come for the Thunderbolts, but these two in the middle will want to ensure they can handle business. The Towers beginning to heighten, that last one being the biggest of the lot. 17 runs coming from it. It's going to be Kulvinder Singh back into the attack.
How beautiful does that look, Nikhil? Church Street Park. Always in awe of this cricket ground. As they say, the sleepy Morrisville. Nothing sleepy about Church Street Park, Nikhil.
In the gap. Could be a couple of runs. Narsingh Dionarine. Fida Edwards, it is on that leg side boundary. Saving it to just 2.
Again, Nikhil, you can see the pockets of Church Street Park. Good piece of footwork this by Fidel Edwards. My beloved Man United would be happy with that. Getting a 1-0 win over Southampton this morning. But a good piece of fielding that in the end. Touching 40 now is Fidel Edwards.
Well, it was interesting to watch Fida Edwards earlier today, Dane, because, I mean, you watch him, you're known for that express pace with that slingy action, but the one thing that he bowled with was a lot of changes of pace, a lot of that variation. Fida Edwards, and I was very impressed to see the difference in his approach today, especially with that new ball, and definitely will look to close out the innings well. Full again, and again it's going to be more runs. This is scintillating from Rishi Badraj, and he brings up his 50 in style. What a half century from the man for Seattle. He came in at a time where his team needed him to build something with Andrews House, and even after the dismissal, he's done extremely well to take on the mantle of the scoring.
Yeah, RB10, as you can see at the back of his shirt. Great innings for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Exactly what is required. And I looked over to the dugout of the Seattle Thunderbolts. Everyone jumped up, hands in the air, clapping and applauding. A fantastic innings by an experienced batsman. And that just shows the unity within the team. Again, missed his length as the experienced Singh. And a great shot, just flicking it down to fine leg for yet another boundary.
Well, now the line changes. He looked for the similar stroke, Rishi Badraj, but that time not on. May have just been sliding down, though. But it's good thinking, though. Good crafty thinking from Badraj, who, even though he's not big muscle of the cricket ball, Dane Pete, you can see he uses those gaps well. Tries to, use those deliveries behind and hit them behind square.
Yeah, that's the beauty of playing on a natural turf pitch. It's extremely good batting. But just jumping on your conversation you had about Fidel Edwards, it just shows the wealth of experience. In that first over, he realized that the surface didn't require full throttle pace. That's why he took the pace of the ball and tried to manipulate the batsman by trying something different. But this has been a great over for the Thunderbolts again. They're catching up with the momentum of the game. We always speak about trying to catch up with the pace of the game, and they are starting to dictate terms now, Nikhil, which is an awesome part of the game for the Thunderbolts.
Well, you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the sweltering heat at Church Street Park. I've been here 3 weeks now, Dane Pete. I don't think I've seen a day as hot as this, which is very good for the cricket that we have. Of course, another game coming up later today. The Stallions up against the Fire. I much rather, though, Kulvinder Singh, when he goes to this plan. I mean, it's bold not having that deep third fielder, but he goes wide and he ends with a dot. A really good end after 18, 133 for 4. Rishi Badraj, the standout in this inning so far. 50, a half century for him. Still 2 overs remaining. Dane Pete, 141 is the par score in the 15 games played here this season. What will be a challenging total for the Thunderbolts to get?
158, I reckon, that they'll end up with. That'll be quite the challenging score for the strikers to get going, especially with the bowling attack. But having a look at the strikers' bowling, been good at times. Lendl Simmons coming up with a big wicket of Andries Gous. Natravalka showing why he's an international cricketer. Fidel Edwards getting a bit of stick, but getting 2 vital wickets of Harmeet Singh in the power play, which really changed the momentum of the game for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
Well, Rishi Bhadaraj, after coming in to score 61 for 3 after the power play, he really had to consolidate and ensure that he remained there in the middle. And when the innings is propelled sort of into this phase, he's done extremely well to use the gaps and bring up a much-needed 50 for his team. Just had the 222 runs this season, but he's done extremely well. Only averaged 22, but this was when you need to earn your stripes. You have to show that you're able to perform at this level. And even Shadi van Schalkwyk, Dane, he's only 20 from 27 deliveries on this beautiful day at Church Street Park. But the innings that he's played in this partnership, he's taken a back seat, still very valuable.
Yes, it just stops the bleeding, as we say. Absorbing all the pressure, but also now identifying there's 12 balls left. You want to maximize this period. If they get 24 runs here, it really gets them close to the 160 mark.
Such a good partnership worth 68 runs. Now looking to up the ante. Van Schalkwyk's got to depart.
That's not Andy's coast departs, it's Shadley van Schalkwyk. Good innings to a certain extent. I know the professional that he is, he won't be happy with it, but he's played his part with Rishi Bhawan, sounding that it just got in the toe of the bat. And well taken by Unmuk Chang down on the long on boundary. But again, the momentum, Nikhil, is on the Thunderbolt side. They will be happy with the position that they're in. Shadley van Schalkwyk gone for 20. The Seattle Thunderbolts are now 133 for 5.
A big wicket for the Silicon Valley Strikers. It's now meant that they've taken the 5th wicket and continue to make inroads into this Seattle Thunderbolts team. Still some batting to come, but the main batters back in the hutch. So Jagrup Raina comes to the middle. He will be looking, of course, to finish the innings off well. Has played a few cameos for this team. Nachavalkar around the wicket now. Good change of pace. Have seen this. Now, then this surface, you know it better. Oh, indecision. And did he just make it back home in time? It's going to go upstairs. We do have that luxury this weekend because of the premium coverage brought to you by our beautiful sponsors, Dafa News, Sunoco, and Toyota. Jermaine Lindo sends it upstairs. It's going to be close.
I think that's safe. Lindo did signal not out. I think he wants to give.
Hello. Hello, Dane Pete.
That's out.
I tell you, the benefits of having the television replay. We've got a third umpire. He's upstairs. And Jagrup Raina, he doesn't know it as yet because they're very relaxed in the middle, but he's going to be short. And not a great way to go.
He thinks he's safe getting his gloves back on. But unfortunately, young man, you're going to see a traffic light signaling red, which means out. Out for the local American.
And a good piece of work by Rahul Jariwala as well to whip off the bails as quickly as he could. Big disappointment for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Bhadaraj looking to get back on strike, but they don't want to lose the wicket at this stage. Now back-to-back deliveries where they've lost the wicket, and all of a sudden the momentum swung back in the favor of the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Yes, definitely. That's unfortunate without facing a ball. Did Raina. There's the red signal of out.
A platinum duck.
Platinum duck. I think I've never got one of those in my career. Hopefully I haven't. I always tend to send the guy back or not run for any risky second or runs.
Raina gone without scoring, without facing. 133 for 6. Well, 2 wickets in consecutive deliveries for the Silicon Valley Strikers. And all of a sudden, at one stage after the 15th over, they were 99. You thought if they get that standard 10 run and over mark for the next 5, they get up to that 150. But they've lost their way Daminda Ranawira can bat. He's coming at number 3 this season, but he has a job to do. They need to get Rishi Badaraj to face the most deliveries. Still some 10 legal deliveries remaining in this innings. Down the trap, but will just be a single. This surface, I was going to ask you before we had that wicket, Dane Pete. Last weekend against your team when the Stallions and the Raptors faced off. This was the run out again. Badaraj looking to come back for 2, looking to be on strike. Good piece of work. Actually underarmed it to save the arm, but in the end, short.
Yes, and thanks to Joe Hickey telling me that Rahul Jariwala is 29th dismissal and 8th run out in minor league of 2022, Toyota minor league of 2022, which both lead the wicket keeping department, fielding department, I should say. I beg your pardon, but young, good wicket keeper. Yes, back onto the surface.
Yeah, I was asking you last weekend in the day game, especially against the Stallions, your team, the Raptors faced them. We saw the spinners come into play a lot on this surface. Seemed to be on the slower side. The spinners got a lot of purchase. But today it's been all about the seam of Nachavalka, Fida Edwards. Top edge over the keeper's head, and fortune favors the brave. Rishi Badaraj, he'll take them any way he can get them at this stage.
That's what happens if you face a majority of the balls. Good aggressive shot that by Rishi Badaraj. It's getting it over the wicketkeeper's head. He's allowed to call himself a 360-degree player now. Is that Nikhil?
Well, just able to get that over the keeper's head and able to get that into the boundary. So what was such a good over for the strikers, now sort of under the pump, that 139 mark reach. Remember, 140 the par score here at Church Street Park for teams batting first this season in 15 games. How does Nachavalkar come back? He's coming around the wicket. Full. Umuk Chan just short. In for a second, he would have thought he had the opportunity to take that, but probably playing that the right way. You want to be safe. You don't want to concede boundaries at this stage.
Yes, for sure, especially at the back end of the innings, you'll take that. That's like a piece of gold, that single down to long off, especially if the guy in gets off strike. But this, as we tend to say in the game, the modern day, this is a free hit for Ranawira. If he gets 6 off here, if he gets out, it doesn't really matter in the context of the game because Rishi Badaraj will be on strike going into the back end of the innings. With 7 balls left remaining, Nikhil.
Looking to hit behind square again. So often that we've seen batters today from the Thunderbolts try to use those gaps behind square but unable to connect. It will just be 1 to end. Nachavalkar able to inflict 2 wickets in the over. And it's only 7 conceded. Excellent closeout after 19, 141 for 6.
They have 1 wicket, 1 over remaining in their innings.
Well, what a fantastic event this tournament has been, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Presented by Sunoco. It wouldn't be possible without our corporate sponsors, Toyota, Dafa News, and Sunoco. 1 over remaining in this contest, 140. They're just about par. They'll want to get at least 10 to 15 runs from this final over, and it's going to be Fida Edwards with the ball in hand. He's bowled well, picked up 2 wickets, but he has been on the expensive side. A very hot day here at Church Street Park. As this crowd begins to come in. Dane, you know this ground very well. Will we get a big turnout today?
Yes, for sure. Saturday evening, 5:30 start for the second game. Crowd's definitely going to come in. Also be the end of local club cricket. The young TCL boys have already come in.
Goes wide, and how often have we seen Rishi Badaraj and Daminda Ranawira score those runs behind square? It's another one that's gone past the keeper and another one that they'll get a boundary for.
Yeah, definitely. You said it so beautifully in the previous. The risks favors the brave here, and that it's a fantastic for the Thunderbolts. They'll take it any way possible to get runs to get them close to their 160. But yes, unlucky for Fidel Edwards, but that's the nature of the beast, I guess. That's the format of the cricket. That's any kind of bat that'll get runs for the opposition.
Well, you can see exactly what he's trying to do, Fidel. It's going to be more runs. And that now means that they've picked up 6 runs from the very first delivery. He's trying to bowl wide of the crease and take away that hitting arc from Rishi Bhattacharya and Ranawira. He has the deep cover. He has the deep third fielder on the boundary as well as the mid-off up in the circle. He's trying to force these two to hit square. A good plan at this stage, you think?
Yeah, for sure. That's what's made Fidel Edwards a lot of money in his career. Nikhil bowling a Yorker with that slingy action. So why try to go with something different? In his previous over, he did show that taking pace off did not favor him. But unfortunately for him, that the Seattle have got it to a good start in this over. The heat looks to be getting the better of him at the moment.
Excellent Yorker, excellently bowled, and this is a lot of what we saw when he was just next door at the Global T20 a couple years ago, where he was extreme pace, touched past 140 kilometers per hour. Easily Fidel Edwards would have played in the Caribbean Premier League last season, but his deliveries like this with that slingy action make it so challenging. Today we've seen a lot of the other side of his game, a lot of those slower balls, a lot of that wide ploy, bowling in that 4th and 5th stump line, but he's so effective at nailing those Yorkers.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why he was selected for a couple of years ago back into the national T20 team.
Full again, and almost through. He has got it through, Fidel Edwards. So they've weathered the storm from Rishi Bhattacharya. They've kept him off strike as well.
Yes, they have, and pace against pace. This for young Bashundhara. This would be hopefully not him in awe facing a fast bowler that's known for bowling kind of quick.
Does the right thing, able to get 1, looking for 2, but no chance. I think Rishi Bhattacharya just won't want to face these final 2 deliveries. He want to get to that 155 mark because we have seen it cause some teams problems chasing. Remember, even though 17 times teams have won chasing at this venue, can be challenging in terms of getting off to those good starts, especially in the day when that surface is on the slower side.
Yeah, like I said, it will be kind of challenging with it being a playoff game. Anything can happen. But I would love a 6 and a 4 just to end off the innings and get them close to the 160 mark.
Goes Yorker again, but he's picked it up so well, Rishi Bhattacharya. He just gets back, sits back and waits on it. And when he gets back on ball, boy does it go, travel to the boundary. 150 comes up.
Yeah, great shot, low full toss. For years and years it said it's the most underrated delivery, but batsmen are now trying to flick that low full toss to different areas of the ground that put bowlers really massive pressure and making the margin for error in cricket even smaller than it really is as a bowler, even turning into a batter's game more and more. But that right there takes a lot of skill, flicking it over the square leg that's in the in the ring, I beg your pardon, and getting a boundary. Yet another field change, Nikhil.
And now that deep mid-wicket fielder on the boundary. Deep fine leg in place as well. Final delivery of the innings. Face off again. Kulvinder Singh should cut it off. Does well, keeps it to just 2. But from a position of 73 for 4 after 10 overs, the Seattle Thunderbolts will take this 155 in the 20. They've really done well thanks to Rishi Badraj, what he's been able to do. Come in, build up some partnerships first with Andres House, then with Chadi van Schalkwyk. To get his team past 150, it's a quality innings from the man who's made the move from the Atlantic Conference at a time where his team has desperately needed it.
Yeah, great little innings that by Rishi Bharadwaj. Again, man, loads of experience, has played a lot of cricket in his time. Just showing the experience that he needed to go on to get the team to a challenging total, in my opinion. 155 in a playoff game, that does seem kind of steep. But he would be proud of his efforts of getting the team close to the 160 mark, which will really put pressure on the heavy batting of the strikers, the likes of Lendl Simmons and Unmuk Chand, Shayan Jayasuriya, who's all in the running for the MVP of this competition. So it's going to be a challenging chase. It's going to be fun. It's all got to do with how we start in the next innings with the bat and ball.
Yeah, we know the importance of the power play. The Seattle Thunderbolts will be thinking early wickets can make this a very interesting proposition. That top 3 so powerful. But an interesting batting display from the Thunderbolts, of course, winning the toss, batting first, getting up to that 155 mark. And, well, Andres House got a start, but an uncharacteristically slow start. 20 from 21, Harmeet Singh, the other danger man. He struck at 228 this season, just 22 for him before Frida Edwards was able to prize the wicket. But when he came in at number 5, Rishi Badraj stepped up for his team in a big way to get his half-century. Well supported by Van Schalkwyk. The two put on a 68-run partnership. And that score could be a challenging one, depending on, of course, how they bowl in the next innings.
Yes, like you say, it's all about the bowling. So Netravalka showing us why he's an international. 4 overs, 2 for 22. Fidel Edwards, yes, some say might be expensive, but he got 3 wickets, 3 valuable wickets for the strikers. If you look down the list, everyone contributed. Even Lendl Simmons getting the big wicket of Andries Gous, going for 1 over for 5 runs, but getting that wicket. And Shayan Jayasuriya chipping in with valuable 2 overs, going for 6 runs.
Well, it will mean that if the Silicon Valley Strikers want to stay in this tournament, they'll need 156. The highlights, well, Fidel Edwards started with a wicket. Ryan Khan Pathan, top edge that went straight up. Kulvinder Singh took a couple of catches, and that was an important wicket for his team to get. Then a slower delivery from Netravalka. We saw all day those cutters into the surface. A couple of good shots from Andreas House, but they kept him quiet throughout the innings. Harmeet Singh came in at number 4. The two put on a good partnership. Hit back-to-back sixes off Fidel Edwards. One into the onside when Edwards went short. Then he went full, and Harmeet Singh just timed the ball so well back over his head over mid-on. And then the very next delivery, a slower delivery, completely deceiving Harmeet Singh. Andreas Gous, though, such a lavish player, such a free-flowing player to watch with those cover drives. And then with Lendl Simmons, how often have we seen a part-timer into the attack, a part-timer making and taking the wicket? Then we saw Rishi Badraj and put down. That would be costly for the strikers because they would be able to get up to that 155 mark. A couple of deliveries into the onside. He just used those shots behind square so well, picked up a couple that went far way back, and every time it was full and they missed their line and length. Badraj was happy to capitalize, brought up his 50 in style, one that he'll remember for a very long time, and got a few fortunate blows as well. Then the wicket, a couple of wickets on consecutive deliveries for the Silicon Valley Strikers. First the bowl, the dismissal, and then the run out. Of course, we had the benefit of having the third umpire who made the decision. And then to close off the innings, Rishi Badraj. Fortune favors the Brave. A couple behind square, behind the keeper. Rahul Jariwala had no chance, but a Yorker, good Yorker to finish from Fidel Edwards. And Rishi Badraj with the low full toss, never an easy delivery to hit, was able to end the innings with a boundary and get his team up to 155. A good start in this 2022 Toyota Minor League. The Strikers, they'll need 156. We know what the batting lineup has. They'll bat themselves to chase this down, but they'll have to get a good start. Now we'll go down to Paxton Elrod. Paxton, who have you got for us?
Yes, I am here with Rishi Bharadwaj, who scored 66 runs for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Right now, he's feeling good. When you came into bat, your team had given up a few early wickets. What was your mindset? What was your thought process when you were out in the middle?
Well, my role was pretty fluid, and we had a plan, and unlucky we lost a couple of wickets, and that's what my role was, to keep rotating the strike, and whenever the bat ball is there, put it away. And then I'm pretty happy in a crunch situation, we were able to do that and put a decent total on the board.
155 runs on the board. How do you feel about going into the second half of this game?
Well, wicket is a bit slow. It's turning. So, and we have a very good bowling lineup. We've been doing really good throughout the tournament, and it's a crunch situation, and we'd like to do the same.
I love that. Well, best of luck. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Paxton. Well, 155 on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because we've got 3 exciting games coming your way. And of course, we've got to finish this one first. These 2 teams is win or go home, looking for a place in tomorrow's grand finale. We'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
The 2 Pacific Conference teams, both from the Western Division. Seattle Thunderbolts getting up to 155 thanks to a good performance from Rishi Bhadaraj, 66 from 47, unbeaten, helping them get up to a pretty competitive total, with a par score being for teams batting first 141. Bowling, well, 3 wickets for Fidel Edwards, 2 for Nachavalka, and 1 for Lendl Simmons. And they did pretty well through the middle overs, just keeping to 48 runs in the 9 overs, between overs 6 to 15. Kept a pretty firm grip of proceedings, the Silicon Valley Strikers. They were in this position before. They've been here last season and won the tournament at this very venue. And they need 156 if they want to put themselves in tomorrow's final for the 2nd consecutive time. They'll need to go at just under 8 runs and over. Dane Pete alongside me. Dane, how important is it going to be for the openers especially to get off to a good start for the Silicon Valley Strikers?
Yeah, really important. It's going to be important to set the tone for the team, for everyone that is to follow, like Savun Mungchan, Lendl Simmons, Rahul Jariwala. They're going to be really important to set the team up. So with that being said, the new ball pairing of the Seattle Thunderbolts, that's going to be really important, with the likes of Shadley van Schalkwyk, who's really going to try and set the tone and get a couple of early wickets.
Well, Dane Pete, I love the shades, that's the first thing, but also no more so Raptors cap. You're not repping your team, you're here as a neutral.
Yes, I'm a neutral. I'm supporting my friends this week, which is really good. The shades, it's all to do with my eyes. I've got weak eyes. I normally wear these, but not today. Got the reflection from the ground, this beautiful surface. It's just the reflection from the surface, Nikhil.
Well, Dane Pete, you don't question what this man does. He's a superstar, former international test player, of course. 9 tests for South Africa. And now has come over to the United States. Is almost would have been in this position. Last weekend, his team lost to the New Jersey Stallions, who will be in action later today at this very venue, the beautiful, the picturesque, the state-of-the-art Church Street Park. So, for the Seattle Thunderbolts, Harmeet Singh will be needing his men to take early wickets. They've done well this season and started well. Akhilesh Bodogam, he's a hard taskmaster. Harmeet Singh, you played some cricket with him. What will he be telling his team at this stage?
To set the tone early on and not let them get off to a start. He wants that run rate to balloon to 8.5, 9 and over early on in the power play. So he's going to try and restrict them. I won't be surprised if he starts with himself to try and go in the power play, try and get rid of Unmung to Rahul. But the start is going to be important. This is going to set the tone for both teams. The likes of Unmung Chand, Rahul Jariwala have played a lot of cricket to understand that getting 45 in the power play will probably get them over the line with at least 1 wicket down. But the Thunderbolts would want 2 to 3 wickets in the power play, and that changes the whole complexion of the game, knowing that if the middle order, the likes of Lendl Simmons and who else is to follow, that puts loads and loads of pressure on that middle order for the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Well, that man on screen, Unmuk Chan, boy has he been special in the 2 seasons we've had him here at this minor league cricket championship. It's a real special player, former India under-19 captain, and already has been a threat with the bat in hand. 669 runs so far this season, an average of 55, a strike rate of 130. He's gone to that half-century mark 6 times, and he loves this very venue. In the conference finals last weekend against the Tigers, 71 not out, 34 and 45. He's in red-hot form at the moment, Unmuk Chan. But of course, the Silicon Valley Strikers and the Seattle Thunderbolts, I should say, have got Fani Samadri. He's taken 41 wickets this season. They've got him up his sleeve. They've got Harmeet Singh and tons of other options.
Yes, they've got loads of options. As you can see, Unmung Chan, 34 matches, 1,200 runs, even 2 wickets to kill. So he's a man that can do everything. But my player that I love to watch, the young Rahul Jariwala, exceptional talent, a US international player. He's got 36 matches, 442 runs. He's a complete package. He's a wicket keeper that opens the batting, which really does, you know, fix the balance of the team. And in shot there is the South African Shadley van Schalkwyk, really exceptional bowler. Really exceptional bowler. Presents the seam, looks to nip the seam, bowls an extremely good length, and he can bowl at that length with his eyes closed. So this is a good challenge to watch. Here we go, Nikhil, here we go.
Cuts well. There is that deep third fielder, but he can't cut it off. What a start to the innings for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Rahul Jariwala with a small point to prove. Has been in and out of this batting lineup. He's changed position, but recently he's been given and trusted at the top of the order, and now he'll want to cash in on the big stage where his team needs him.
Yes, he played beautifully last season. I do remember that innings pretty well. But that is not where Shadley van Schalkwyk wanted to be first ball. Let's look for him to reset and try to crack this open. There we go.
Much better from Van Schalkwyk. He's got to slip in place, a pat offside field, point, extra cover, as well as mid-off up in the circle. So you want to be a lot wider, but a lot fuller as well to bring those catches into play. He's got that deep third on the boundary as well as a deep mid-wicket. Pretty standard regulation field for the right arm seamer to start. But this young man, Rahul Jariwala, has opened 6 times in the 10 innings, but he's also batted at number 8, as low as 8 this season. It's been very interesting to me to see what the Silicon Valley Strikers have done with him and the way they've used him. Now, how is that? How is that shout maybe just sliding down? But all of a sudden, a good comeback from Van Schalkwyk, and you can see that the Seattle Thunderbolts are up for the challenge.
Yes, I know Shadley van Schalkwyk very, very well, and that looks like a very good decision by umpire Vijay, but I know Shadley van Schalkwyk really well. He's going to get stuck into young Rahul Jariwala. He's not going to be shy of a few words, but again, that just shows the presentation of the team. Good career record in the Toyota Minor League, 31 matches, 422 runs, and 39 wickets, Shadley van Schalkwyk.
Off the inner half of the bat, didn't quite get that Rahul Jariwala. Just to get back to him though, Jariwala, 134 runs this season. It's a big drop-off because last year, the season that he had at the top of the order for the Strikers, 286 runs in 14 innings. I thought really this would have been his year where he takes the tournament on per se. You expect him to go past that 300 and 400 run mark, but he hasn't had much opportunity. They've tried a plethora of different options at the top of the order. We've seen Zaid Zakil, who's not in the team today. Arch Butch started the tournament for the strikers. Even Lendell Simmons opened once this tournament. So they've tried different options alongside Unmuk Chan. But I think you've got to back the young 18-year-old. He's made his international debut. You want to see him at the top of the order where he flourishes and has flourished in the past. Getting some bit of sideways movement, Dane, which we discussed off here, but you know at Church Street Park with that tinge of green grass you will get, especially with Van Skalvik, someone that has those strong wrists behind the ball.
Yes, that's what Shadley is known to do. He can do it on any surface. We've seen him do this on flat surfaces, on surfaces that there is a bit of help. So the best thing about him is the ball swings kind of late, and that's what he's going to try to do. As you can see there, the specks of green grass on the surface. He shouldn't leave the stumps. This is going to be a good challenge just for Rahul Jariwala.
Flick of the wrist. That is power from the youngster. And I keep telling you, he's got a chip on his shoulder. He'll want to make the most of this opportunity. End of the first over. Great way to end. 10 for none. That was the Thunderbolts. Their efforts, 155 from their first innings. Now 10 for none after the first over for the strikers, who've got a lot of batting to come. Shehan Jayasuriya and Unmuk Chan both have crossed, together have crossed 1,300 runs this season. The next best though is only 230 from Pranay Suri. You just wonder if you can take early wickets and take the wickets of Chan and Jayasuriya, how different of a game this becomes, Dane Pete.
Yeah, completely different game. This is what we want to see. Guys, Gary Graham, Suri, that's going to be the challenge of trying to get them in early. And this is going to be important for the Seattle Thunderbolts to try and crack this open. But what an exceptional shot by the young man. And this is why he's a USA international cricketer. Just took that ball from off stump and flicked it over deep mid-wicket for an exceptional start for his innings.
Yeah, made his international debut back in June this season. Rahul Jariwala, 3-1 internationals, played against the UAE. Now this is a very interesting matchup. Akhilesh Bodogam, who bowled extremely well against this team when they faced off the twice before in the group stages. The off spinner who's made the switch also from the Atlanta Fire, similar to Rishi Badaraj, but he's been special in the power play overs, especially. Dane Pete, you're off spinner yourself.
Yeah, he's been exceptional, good talent, young man. I've had a couple of conversations with him.
Cuts well. Unmuk Chan, it was aerial for half a second, and he'll back himself being a right-hander against this off-spin threat. So far, the striker's dealing in boundaries.
Yeah, young Bogodam wouldn't want to have given a bit of width, which he has, unfortunately. And the quality of Unmuk Chan's not going to miss out on that. Piercing through the point region for a great shot. Yet another boundary. All the young man would want to do is be nice and tight on the off stump, spinning the ball into the likes of Unmuk Chan and Jariwala.
Again, back to that sort of length, trying to make him hit square. The last time these two teams met, Akhilesh Bodogam 3 for 14 against the strikers. He took the wickets of both Unmuk Chan and Jayasuriya. So you expect to see Harmeet Singh use this ploy. And so far, all three deliveries have been square. As a spinner in the power play, somewhere that Bodogam bowls readily, you or yourself, Dane Pete, have bowled in the power play. What is the extra bit of challenge with just the two fielders outside the circle?
Yeah, it's trying to really try and get the batsman to get the dot ball. A couple of dot balls early on really does change the complexion of the game, but that is a perfect length compared to the other two. So the length's important, where the last 3-4 balls that he's bowled to Chant has been kind of short, where you can rock back and cut it through the point region. But you want to be on the fuller side generally.
Again, excellently fielded from the Thunderbolts. They're trying to force Unmuk Chan to stay away from that extra cover region, stay away from down the ground where he's so strong. But just 5 runs from the over. A good one from Bodogam and the Thunderbolts. End of 2, 15 for none. A look at the Pacific Conference table. The Dallas Mustangs, of course, were beaten by the Thunderbolts, who are here, both these teams from the Western Division. Just the 2 losses separating the two. Strikers won both of their matchups against the Thunderbolts. On those occasions, they batted first, defended 94 and 130. So the psychological advantage coming into this for Unmuk Chan's men, he'll know that he's able to defeat this team. Now, how do you bowl to Unmuk Chan? Let's look at the field that Shadi van Schaavik has. He's got a deep third and a deep mid-wicket, same field as he had in the previous over. How do you prize a wicket of someone who's been so consistent, over 600 runs, over 650s and 100?
Technically really good, Unmuk Chan, so I think just trying to hit the top of the off stump to every batsman and try to be persistent, let him make the play from there. If he tends to make the play from there, the game kind of changes, ebbs and flows.
What a shot that is. Mid-wicket was in place. He still backed himself to go over and had no chance. Unmuk Chan, this man, so deceptive in his power because he's just effortless at the crease.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. Advancing down the pitch, knowing that Shadley's going to bowl this consistent length and flicking that over deep mid-wicket. But a great shot. Again, in all kinds of control there was Unmuk Chan. Shadley won't be too unhappy with that. Yes, I know it's 6, but he won't be too unhappy. It could have squirted anywhere on the field and we could have got a big wicket of Unmuk Chan.
Much better this time in terms of the line. But you look at that maximum hit by Unmuk Chan, it was almost like he created his own length. Dane Pete came down the trap, was a long way outside his crease and was able to just time it so well.
Yeah, as you can see, sometimes consistency as a bowler is your downfall too, where the batsman knows where you're going to land it. And I've experienced that personally, where you try to bowl, you bowl a good ball, very next ball, the same exact delivery gets hit for 6 because the batsman can sort of preempt that, you know, X, Y, and Z is going to land the ball there. I can take a chance and get a boundary from it, which he's done.
He has done well in this over so far, Van Schaavik, after being hit for that maximum, to come back. Well, they will want to take a wicket though because they've only got 155 on the board. So they'll need to take early wickets. And that man on screen will be the one that they'll be looking for because he's shown time and time again that when he gets going, he's very hard to stop. Flicked off the hips, more runs. Chan, and such a good runner between the wickets as well, able to come back for 2. For many batters, that would have been just 1.
Yes, that's the awareness of the game. He's played a lot of cricket to understand his different pockets, and as soon as he's made contact with the ball, he exactly knew it's 2. Could hear him shout 2 to young Jariwala. But the awareness of the importance of the power play, that's why he's pushing 2. He knows to try and get between 45 and 50. That's going to be really important for the Silicon Valley Strikers, and that's what his journey is on right now. That's a good piece of bowling by Shadley. That's exactly where he wanted to do. At the end of the 3rd over, the Silicon Valley Strikers are 25 for no loss.
Good to see the fans coming in, enjoying themselves. This packed day we have for you, packed couple of days. Some of the Atlanta Fire come in because they've got action later today. Church Street Park will be, you can think, pretty packed as we go into the evening. It is a bit overcast in terms of conditions, but this is what I love to see the most, Dane Pete, the youth in full effect. The rule by the MLC this season to have an under-19 and under-21 is what's led to the creation of opportunities for our young Rahul Jariwala, Ali Sheikh, who's been very impressive in the Pacific Conference. You have to credit the MLC. Your team as well, the Raptors, have played a lot of youngsters under 21 years old. But Ogam, continuing.
Yeah, me personally, I'm a big believer in youth because we all started playing cricket at a certain age. So we started as a young man. You always just wanted opportunity. Yes, we played 4 or 5 at times. Big believer in especially in this region. There's a lot of young cricketers that do play the game.
over point. Hasn't quite got it though, Rahul Jariwala. Coming back for 2 as well. Could have been interesting had the pickup been a bit cleaner. But this is what the strikers will do so well. Even when they aren't scoring boundaries, they will be able to just turn over the strike. And when you look at sort of the Silicon Valley and their power plays previously, they're not a quick, fast starter. They just average over 6.5 runs per over. But the key thing is the platform built, and they know exactly what they're chasing. Now, how is that? That looks good, and straight away the finger goes up. Rahul Jariwala looking to go big into the onside. This man, Akhilesh Bodogam, is so effective at this phase of the innings and gets the first for the Thunderbolts.
Umpire Jermaine Linder wasted no time. He knew that it was dead straight. A good piece of bowling, good aggressive piece of bowling. I'm a big fan of that. Looked like it spun a little bit, maybe clipping the leg stump. But I'm a bowler, so that looks stone dead. It looks like it's hitting the middle of middle. Young Jariwala not quite happy with that, but yes, a good piece of bowling, good aggressive piece of bowling by the young off-spinner. Rahul Jariwala leaves for a quick fire 10 runs for the Silicon Valley Strikers, and they are now 27 for 1.
Well, that is a big wicket for the Seattle Thunderbolts in terms of this defense. But it brings the man on screen, Shayan Jayasuriya, the former international Sri Lankan. Boy, has he been something else this season. This has been the two that have done the bulk of the run scoring for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Shayan Jayasuriya, he's crossed the 1,000-run mark over the 2 seasons, but he scored 680 this year. He's averaged over 50. He's scored 200s in this tournament. The only man to do so. He will be looking to see this off for his team.
Great player, one of my favorite batsmen in the country, to be honest, Shayan Jayasuriya. Shows all his experience, hits different areas, great wrists, fantastic player of off-spin bowling, even though sometimes you feel like you have a chance, but he's well in control. It shows that he's played a lot of high-level spin bowling in his career. So this is going to be a good matchup, but my candidate for the MVP, Shayan Jayasuriya, is really going to have to work his way through the innings.
Pulling from around the wicket as well. Very interesting, Dane Pete. Rakeem Cornwall has been very powerful in this Atlantic Conference. And he's picked up 14 wickets over 500 runs. It's going to be interesting to see the way that decision goes. That was the wicket again. The umpire Jermaine Lindo acting promptly.
I've said this a lot of times on Air Nikhil. It's a batsman's game. The judges won't care about the 14 wickets old Jimbo took, old Rakatak took. They're all worried about the runs, and Shayan Jayasuriya's got well over 600.
MVP is the most impactful, the most valuable player, but you want to be that all-round influence. I don't know, that's not one for me to choose. Bodogam, though, it's been an excellent comeback after he was struck early for that boundary. He's come back extremely well. And I think Harmeet Singh will be very happy to keep him into the attack, especially with Jayasuriya there. He's gotten Shayan Jayasuriya out twice in this tournament, both the times that these two teams met, with that off-spin ball spinning away from him. He had been the one out the front of the hand, the carom ball, but just very full from him. Excellent over from Bodogam, gets the wicket, end of 4, 29 for 1.
Zooper is the world's most powerful field service management solution to work your way and drive more impact. As the most flexible and customizable app for your field operations, Zooper is field service your way. Learn more at zooper.co.
So Harmeet Singh, for the first time today, thought it would have been Harmeet Singh, but no, he's opting to save himself back. We wondered if he would bowl an over early inside the power play.
He tends to keep himself for the middle overs. He knows that's an important part of the game. Hopefully, I would love to see him bowl the last over of the power play. There's a chance of a wicket, because I know a guy like Shayan Jayasuriya will favour the ball spinning into him. But Harmeet's got a lot of experience. Like you mentioned early in the first pocket of 5 overs, Nikhil was part of the Rajasthan squad a couple of years ago.
Ranjani into the attack. He'll be disappointed. Really should have been cut off. Was able to get through for the single. Now, last weekend, for those who are new to the minor league, this Silicon Valley Strikers team battled the Chicago Tigers in the conference finals, and they actually lost one of those games. It went to the full three games. They only had to chase 137, and they stumbled along, and they actually were defeated in that game. It went to a super over, and they were really and truly cruising, Dane Pete, against the Tigers. I think they needed about 48 runs. They got up to 48 runs from the last 5, but they still had 8 wickets in hand. So they want to ensure that they don't have a repeat of that, and they want to not leave so much work for them to do at the back end of the innings. Jayasuriya hasn't quite got it. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm so wrong. He's got it well enough. I just thought he didn't time it well enough. Shehan Jayasuriya is saying, no, 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 I've got enough power.
Yeah, he's flicked that just to the right of the small gym, the public gym out there at the deep mid-wicket region. But this just shows a man full of confidence, well in control. The Silicon Valley Striker fan base is really happy. Looked like a bit of a rent crowd, but fantastic shot by Shehan Jayasuriya, putting pressure on the bowler straight away. And unfortunately, Nikhil, a misfield by mid-wicket. What happens next? A big 6 by the big left-handed Sri Lankan batsman.
And all of a sudden, it's forcing Harmeet Singh to make a change. He brings up that fielder in the offside, now has to sends the long on back on the boundary. Tells you that Ranjane will be looking to bowl full, but I think they may have just been trying to sneak an over. I'm very surprised Harmeet Singh hasn't opted to go for Fani Samadri, who's taken the 41 wickets, or even himself. But remember, the left-handed Jayasuriya could be sort of neutralizing that left-hand threat. Much better delivery outside that off stump is where you want to be, you think, to Jayasuriya.
It's definitely that, Nikhil. I'm a big believer in trying to make the play straight away, not further down the line. Because if you're trying to defend 8 in the last over, what was the point of trying to do that? So play your best players at the crucial times, and hopefully they get the team into a better position where the guys that are not your so-called best players come in and try to contribute as much and to the best of their ability.
Has he got bat on it? Has he got bat on it? They're very confident, but the finger stays down. The Seattle Thunderbolts thought for a certain Andreas House, Harmeet Singh, they were all up. They were all roaring.
I've seen this multiple times at Church Street Park with this very umpire, Nikhil. Players were not happy with decisions being made. And yet again, it looks like 11 guys very happy with it, that he nicked the ball. But there's one man that said not out. And now he's trying to calm players down. And I don't know the break in play, which is about to happen. The decision has been made. There's no point of going to the square leg umpire now and asking a decision. Harmeet Singh also not happy. But with the rotation of the ball, that definitely looked like a nick. And now he's trying them to calm them down.
Dane Pete, obviously we don't have
the
luxury of hearing if it was a nick or not. Are you sure that you're going with that decision?
Yes, I am.
Wow.
If 11 players on the field react that way and one man is the umpire not happy, yes, you can hear the change in my voice. And unfortunately, umpires do see a natural sort of with a naked eye. They don't have the replay, but a decision has to be made. And unfortunately, that's just the way that the game goes.
How telling could this be? Jayasuriya survives. Again, another dot. No, you'll get through for the single. But Shehan Jayasuriya, I mean, we talk about the 680 runs he's come into this with, Dane Pete. But when you look at his last 5 innings, it's been a struggle. Here is that shout again. Came down the track. Definitely a slower ball from Ranjane.
So my question to you is, Nikhil, it's not brushed the pad, not brushed the thigh pad, it's not brushed anything else, right? So what sound did 11 players out in the field hear? That's my question to you. It can't be the spikes in the turf, the ball, the issue that I have is the umpire gets to make the decision. Players' careers get thrown out because of this.
Well, luckily I'm not one of the 11 out in the field. I'm next to you, Dane Pete. Full delivery. Oh, extra cover drive. That is out of the top drawer. And even with Van Schalkwyk being quick as he is, no one is quick enough for the timing of Unmuk Chan. End of 5 overs. Excellent cricket shot. Full half volley. Thank you very much. Meet and greet stuff. 41 for 1.
Hello and welcome back to Church Street Park. 5 overs gone here as we have a change in the commentary box. It's me, Aman Patel, and I'm joined once again by Joe Hickey, who nearly just had a heart attack when he saw that appeal of Shehan Jayasuri, who's still in the middle, but a little bit of controversy brewing there on that second last delivery of the 5th over.
I'm not sure how you would dare assert that I have a favorite in this match or anything like that.
Well, we all hold our little biases, but again, the Silicon Valley Strikers have gotten off to a good start here. Just the 1 wicket fallen in the form of Rahul Jariwala, courtesy of Akhilesh Bhogadam, who's back into the attack. And Akhilesh, he's been really impressive. A pickup from the Atlanta Fire last year. Same with Rishi Bardwaj, who was a part of that Atlanta Fire squad as well. And he's really come up in a big way for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
Well, and particularly against Silicon Valley. And particularly against Silicon Valley's top order. So far this year, he's dismissed Rahul Jariwala twice. He got Zahid Zakhail once when he was the number 1. He's gotten Chand once, and he's gotten Jayasuriya both times. So somebody who they're going to want to watch out for and see out at this point, because this partnership here, season in, season out, has been what's made or broken Silicon Valley innings.
And that man on your screen, Umung Chan, such a sensation, such a revelation to the side late last year, and it's been so good for them all throughout this year, and so far so good here at Church Street Park.
Good, Akhilesh, good,
Akhilesh. He always seems to have this way of just cramping the batters down, and he just seems to know where he wants to bowl to Umung Chan at the moment.
On those long arms too, it's almost.
He runs this one down. Not going to beat third man. It's just going to be enough to get a single.
I'm just saying, it's almost tough following the ball as it comes windmilling up from hip height up to the end of that long arm. So right out of the gate, just trying to get your reaction time right, trying to sight it, trying to pick where it might turn to.
And this is the matchup that the Seattle Thunderbolts would want. The left-handed Shehan Jayasuriya against the right-arm off-spinner, who's taken Shehan's wicket before. And has he taken it again? This time, straight away, Jermaine Lindo says no. The first time the finger went up without hesitation. This one looked like it kept carrying in. And I think Jermaine Lindo saying is going down the leg side.
And we'll get a look at whether we agree with that assessment. Good full delivery, and that one kicking pretty dramatically away. A lot of turn as that one hit almost in line with center stump.
This time used to the feed, and Bhogadam saw it early, just quickened it up, and again, it's just smart bowling here. Again, that previous delivery, just keeping with the arm and crashing onto the pads. I think it might have just been tailing down that leg side, but again, just putting a lot of pressure. Only 2 runs given up through the first 5 deliveries of this 6th over.
With 1 ball left here in the power play, this is almost exactly Silicon Valley's season average over the regular season. They've averaged 45 for 1. They're currently sitting at 43, so this is a platform that they've had good success with over the course of the year, building from here and trying to maintain their wickets through the middle.
Well, the Seattle Thunderbolts had lost 3 wickets in their power play, and again, for Silicon Valley, they'll take great solace in the fact that they've only lost to 1 and still have 2 of their premier bats out there, and Shehan Jayasuriya and Umung Chand. It'll just be a tackle into the leg side to end the 6th over. The power play's gone. It's 44 for the loss of 1. Just take a look at Church Street Park. All the trees around, the apartments scaling through. The Silicon Valley Strikers, though, they're going to like what they have to see. Umung Chan still out there, 22 from 18. Rahul Jariwala played some nice strokes before he was undone, and then Shehan Jayasuriya still out there in the middle.
Well, and for Umung Chan, too, he's looking for a signature performance against one of the better teams in the league. This season, it's a pretty dramatic split when you look between what he did against the 3 SoCal teams, where he averaged 193, to what he's done against the rest of the league, averaging 28.
Well, here's the power play, and again, you can see Rahul Jariwala, a couple of shots, and Umung Chan was able to get some of these deliveries as well. This one, maybe the shot of the day, comes down the track, a flick off the pads against Shadley. This was the wicket, though, of Rahul Jadiwala immediately. Jermaine Lindo said yes. And Shehan Jayasuriya, how about this pickup shot? All the way gone for 6. And this one, that was a shout that had all 11 members saying that you're out. But the umpire disagreeing, and you can see that last over, the lowest totaled over of them all. And again, Seattle with just 155 on the board. You want to take wickets early and often. It only gets easier to bat here at Church Street Park. We talked about the winning total average was 173 coming into the day. And well under that mark. So Seattle Thunderbolts will have to go big and have to really turn things up. And they've gone to the wicket taker, Funny Samadri, who's leading all minor league cricket with wickets right now.
Yeah, in fact, he's got the 41 to lead everybody in total. His wickets of the death. His wickets of the death would actually rank 5th in minor league cricket just by itself.
Well, how about this? It was all happening there. Funny Samadri caught a leading edge of Shehan Jayasuriya up front, and then nearly a run-out opportunity there for Harmeet Singh. Had that one hit, looked like Umukchand was well gone. You can see this leading edge falls in no man's land. Harmeet Singh gets there, nearly runs out. Umukchand would have been well away, and then nearly a run out at the other end too. It's just all happening here at Church Street Park.
Trying to find some legal way to get rid of both batters at the same time.
No double plays like in baseball, so just got to settle for the 1 wicket, but they weren't able to get a single. Again, full and straight. It's just clipped off of the legs. Fielder's giving chase. Is going to keep it to just 2 runs. Again, Funny Samadri was very round arm, very sling. We had Nate Hayes call him the Sling King earlier today, and I think that nickname's going to stick on the socials. But he keeps it generally full and straight. Doesn't do a lot of movement, but just slows things down at times. Good variations. And this one is full and straight on the pads. We talked about it. It's just the variation in the bowls. He keeps it full. He keeps it straight. And the leading wicket taker in all of minor league cricket strikes right away, and strikes in the form of Shehan Jayasuriya.
And for Shehan, he's had a handful of matches recently with underwhelming run totals. Thought he'd gotten a little bit of a rebirth against Chicago with a 27 off 20, but here gone nearly in single figures, and that looks about as plumb as can be. A decent bit of purchase off the surface to seam in to the left-hander, and Fani Simhadri has wicket number 42. It's the answer to all things in the universe here this season in minor league cricket.
Shehan Jayasuriya, as you mentioned, another low score to his name. 12 he has to walk off from. It's 46 for the loss of 2. Umang still out there, but Shehan gone. Rahul Jadiwala gone. And you still need 110 runs from here. Lendo Simmons, he's not shy with the bat at all.
No, he's somebody who absolutely deals in boundaries, and they'll be at least have their hearts warmed a little bit by, you mentioned 110 runs shy of the target right now. The first time Chand and Simmons batted together, they went for 111 in an opening partnership.
You can see Andre's house, he's up to the stumps and he wants to keep Lendo Simmons on his crease. You can see the wicket here, just a little bit of movement in, and that's what undid Shehan Jayasuriya. And you see him walk, even before the finger goes up, he knew he was plumbing in front of middle stump. And Funny Samadri again, how often have we seen that?
Good boys, good boys.
Lendo Simmons now, as you mentioned, he opened the batting for a little bit of time for the Silicon Valley Strikers when they had just that rotation up top of the order alongside Umukchand. And he's going to need a big partnership. You don't want to expose that middle order early. They have plenty of depth, but if you are the Silicon Valley Strikers, you want to save the likes of Gary Graham for later in the innings. If you're the Seattle Thunderbolts, you want to see the big hitting Graham out as early as possible. That'll be the end of the 7th over, 46 for the loss of 2.
One more wicket in with your tail, fellas. One more wicket in with the tail. Cap.
Look here at the scorecard at this point, and Mukchand remains in on 22, but just a dozen runs each from Jariwala and Jayasuriya before they were each taken out LBW. So far, the pounding of the pad has been a death knell sound for the Silicon Valley Strikers, and it's certainly got them, as you said, Amin, in a bit of a spot of bother right now, trying to work their way to this target of 156.
Yeah, and still depth on their side. Narsingh Narayan, who was a real star for them last year, especially here at Church Street Park. You also have the likes of Gary Graham.
Although Diana Ryan's somebody who's working his way back into shape, missed the entire regular season with a knee injury and has just been back for the playoffs to this point.
And for the Seattle Thunderbolts with the ball in hand, as you see, the drone that's giving you all these beautiful drone shots from Church Street Park, the very scenic Church Street Park. It's funny, Samadri's coming straight away with the wicket. We've also seen Akhilesh Bhagadam take a wicket as well. And just, again, look at that scenic setting for finals weekend here in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It's Mukchand who's taking off the helmet now. Seeing spin to continue is Harmeet Singh. Into start and a single to start off from. So we have India under 19 versus India under 19. How about that, Joe?
Gotta like that face-to-face. As you said, I believe as well, the day after the anniversary of that under 19 World Cup Championship.
Yeah, Umang and Harmeet Singh playing on the same under 19 team for the Indian side. And you see turn on off for those two winning a World Cup together. But we know how good Harmeet Singh is with the ball in hand, and you can just see right there, turn straight away.
And Singh with a lot of variations available and doesn't give you much time to find it.
Just keeping Lendl Simmons kind of squared up at the moment. You see him with a big stride forward. He just had to keep it straight. You can see this one here. Andres House, he's not going to give Lendl Simmons any breathing room. He's going to check that back foot. Make sure he's squared in his crease. Went to cut it and got it through the infield. It's racing away, chase to be given, but no fielder's going to be able to get there. It's 4 runs for Lendl Simmons and ease of the pressure. A little bit of width on offer. Lendl Simmons doesn't miss out.
And generally speaking, in the middle overs, Silicon Valley try to speed up a bit. Seattle tend to apply the clamps. This will do a world of good to the confidence here as they try to build this new partnership after Shahan's wicket was taken.
You just see it here, just rock back. And as you mentioned, it's going to do a world of good for the Seattle Thunderbolts to see some runs start to flow. Excuse me, for the Silicon Valley Strikers to see runs start to flow. As that one turned quite a bit on Lendl Simmons. I think he was looking to just tickle it down to fine leg and ended up turning back onto his middle stump. But again, this could be an interesting matchup as we head later and later. The ball keeps turning like this. This one carries along with the arm. It's going to be a dot ball to end the 8th over. 51 for the loss of 2.
Bell Pharmacy. Increase orders by 100%. How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at UST.com.
Hey, Lucia. Any chance you can help me type a report?
Of course.
You are the best.
Oh, all this says is Q4 report. Hey, Trevor, how's that report coming?
It's going great. Working on it right now.
Here at the picturesque Church Street Park, here in this Pacific Conference Championship between the Seattle Thunderbolts and the Silicon Valley Strikers. The Silicon Valley Strikers, they needed 156 runs to get back to a second straight finals appearance. You can see the fans out in attendance, the Silicon Valley Strikers faithful. They're out there, they're ready to see their team get back into the finals, but the Seattle Thunderbolts looking to play spoiler to all that as our Nate Hayes is walking around and keeping everyone up to date on all things cricket in the United States.
I'm looking forward to walking and soaking up a little of the atmosphere myself in a little bit as Nate greets his fan club here at the sidelines. Well-known presence. You see a lot of his face, a lot of great interviews helping to humanize this league.
You can see those fans checking themselves out on the live broadcast, and we appreciate everyone for tuning in to more live coverage here at Church Street Park. As Rajane comes back once again. His first over went for 12 runs, but remember he had that shout for Seyhan Jayasuriya that had all 11 players up and ready to celebrate, and the umpire said not out.
Yeah, you can deal with a few runs if you take a big fish like that. 10th best average now in minor league cricket and 13th best strike rate. Small sample size, obviously, a late season addition for Seattle, but he's been very effective, especially in the middle.
This time the slower one, it gets through Lendell Simmons, who's just looking to swing across the line, and that's what's so beautiful about T20 cricket. Just forces the bowlers to do something different. Look at this one, slowed up and then came back in on Lendell Simmons, almost crashing back onto that off stump. This one, just a quick single scampered away from Umung Chand, and this is kind of a staple of Umung's game. He's always looking to take a single, whether he's at the non-striker's end or the striker's end. He's always looking to take that opportunity to either push for a second run or just turn what could be a dot ball and make it a cheeky single.
Well, and admittedly with the warning of small sample size, so far that's what's allowed somebody like Rahul Jadiwala to partner with him so well. He and Lendell Simmons, I think, are still working that chemistry out a little bit, and so they haven't taken as many of those quick ones since Simmons has come to the team.
This one again, just run to third man, and as you mentioned, not quite the chemistry between these two as Lendell Simmons turns this one down, and again, that's going to be the kink you got to work through if you're the Silicon Valley Strikers.
When you mentioned before that they've really rotated his Udmuk Chand's partner up at the top of the order throughout the season. He's got 50 partnerships, though, with every single person that they put up there. A couple with Zakhail, one with Bush, two of them with Jadiwala, and already the one with Simmons that went over the century mark. He seems to find chemistry eventually with whoever you put him with.
Very deep dugout for the Silicon Valley Strikers. As this one is sent back. And it's sent to the fielder, Umung Chand. He has to go. It's the big fish. He thought he picked it up, but Rajane, who thought he had the wicket of Seyhan Jayasuriya, instead strikes in the form of Umung Chand.
We mentioned before an average of about 28 on the season against teams other than the SoCal sides, and gets this one perhaps a little bit off the toe end of the bat. Decent contact with it, but just not quite enough Sunoco to make it to the fence.
Just the change of pace as well. He rolled the fingers over it, and Umung Chand, all he could do was pick the fielder out at long on. He's got to go for just 24, and the third wicket falls for the Silicon Valley Strikers, 53 for the loss of 3.
Third wicket falls for the Silicon Valley Strikers. They scored 53 runs after 8.5 overs.
Well, now tail just takes a twist. Umung Chand, who's just again a staple for the Silicon Valley Strikers. He has to go with Pranay Suri. Again, a very good bat in his own right, part of this very deep batting lineup, but now has to do it with Lendell Simmons, who's only been out there for 10 balls, hasn't really looked comfortable. He just sees his captain departing.
Well, and Surrey, somebody with some leadership experience, is going to want to try to bring that calm out there with him. He ended the regular season with 3 scores over 30 in his last 4 outings, so somebody who can absolutely put it together. You see the 416 runs thus far.
And right away, how about that for a way to get off the mark? Through the covers, work to be done, and can't do it. That's Rohan Posnapoli on the deep. How about that shot? Just leaned into it. And that's 4 runs to end this 9th over.
You see here the length a little bit on the full side, and Pranay Suri making good use of the width as well to shoot that through the covers. Fantastic knock, and certainly has been a hallmark for Suri as of late, the early boundary to get himself settled.
9 overs gone, 57 for the loss of 3. Both Umung Chand and Seyhan Jayasuriya in the dugout Pranay Suri, welcome way to be greeted into the middle. And we're going to throw it to our sideline reporter, Paxton Elrod. Paxton, what's going on out there?
You know, guys, I'm having a great time trying to avoid some rain, but I'm down here with Corey Anderson, captain of the Dallas Mustangs. It's his first time to the grounds. Overall, how's your experience so far?
It's incredible. Being able to kind of be here in America in Morrisville and witness a field like this. I mean, it's probably one of the best, if not the best, ground we've got in the country. So yeah, to see plenty of fans out and about, music playing, it makes it definitely feel like it's a cricket atmosphere.
I love that. So what are your predictions on this match behind us right now?
I probably would have said Silicon Valley at the start, but a couple of wickets have just been lost. So, look, it's going to be tight. I know they've got a good bowling attack. Silicon Valley probably lost arguably their two best batters. So it'll come down to the wire. I'm picking Seattle holds on to this and tries to go through with it, yeah.
Okay, you heard it here first. Back to you guys in the broadcast booth.
Well, how about that, Paxton? You found a celebrity out there, and Corey Anderson, who will join us in the booth tomorrow, who has just picked Seattle to win this match and hold on, but Harmeet Singh has just committed the cardinal sin of bowling a no ball to give Lendell Simmons the opportunity to experience a free hit.
And that's certainly not somebody you want to give that opportunity to. We're positioned in the broadcast booth at a very fine long off, and heaven help us, there's the foot just barely missing, keeping some of it behind the line.
Big swing and a big miss for Lendell Simmons. It's been that kind of day for him. Hasn't been in sync, and you never want to miss out on a free hit. But how many times have we seen that, Joe, where you have a free hit, and more often than not, it just ends up at a dot ball?
Well, in a moment like that, you're kind of swinging in a way that's going to be all or nothing. That ball is either going to get airborne in a hurry, or it's going to find its way straight back to the keeper.
Harmeet Singh is just so skilled, isn't he? So crafty. We've already seen the arm ball come out a couple of times. This one, just a traditional spinner, but it's the amount of turn he's getting on this wicket that's just not allowing Lendell Simmons to find any rhythm thus far. Goes to cut and only can find backward point inside the circle.
Now Simmons looking to dial up some of those performances he's had in other blue jerseys throughout cricket. Great run with the Mumbai Indians.
So far, hasn't really found that rhythm. They're going to go for that quick single. Harmeet Singh coming out with another fiery throw that evades the stumps. Again, would have been interesting had it touched. And we're just going to see if we can get a look at that. But again, Harmeet Singh, he's just fiery in all aspects. Look at this, Joe. Would have been tight, but I think he might have just gotten home.
No, it looks actually as that hits a bit to the left of the stumps, I think he was gone.
How about that, Joe? I think you're right. I think your eyes might be a little bit better than mine over here. As this one's fun, find the inner half of the bat, and Lendell Simmons will hold on to the strike. 10 overs gone, 61 for the loss of 3. Again, here at Church Street Park, it's just an absolute affair. Fans are out, everyone lively enjoying this Pacific Conference semifinal. The Silicon Valley Strikers, they got off to a strong start, led by Umung Chan's 24, but dismissed just 2 overs ago. Shehan Jayasuriya had to go as well. Rahul Jariwala gone, and those three of the big bats, but now Lendell Simmons, Pranay Suri, the 2 in the middle. And those 2 are going to have to play a big role for the Silicon Valley Strikers if they hope to punch their ticket back into the finals tomorrow. You can just see them start to tail off as of late. And it's just because of those 2 wickets that hit in the 7th and 9th over. And that's really been the difference so far. The Seattle Thunderbolts, they need to continue to take them. Don't want to give a platform for the rest of the batters to accelerate from. As Funny Samadri will start with the wide, as I'm joined by Peter Della Penna, replacing Joe Hickey here in the box. Peter, it's been a back and forth affair so far to start the second innings.
Back and forth in particular between Harmeet Singh and anybody on the field. Get out of his way! Everybody's questioning the intensity or the passion for these guys. All you have to do is take a look at Harmeet Singh, the captain for the Thunderbolts. My goodness, has he been celebrating those wickets. Some of the biggest send-offs I think I've seen all season, Aman.
Well, we also saw him in the huddle before the game, and really after any break, he's always just telling his team, we're right there. And look at this from Funny Samadri. This is a reason the Seattle's going to think they have any chance to be in this game. It's because of just how tight Funny has been. Again, the leading wicket taker in minor league cricket, and he just produced this beauty.
It's the length that's been troubling. He's not an express bowler. Keeper's up to his thumbs, but he's just got a very awkward length. He gets the ball in the right areas to cause problems.
Again, just consistently amongst the wickets, and when you just look at Funny Samadri, it's not the wickets just at the tail end. He's picking up the tail enders, Peter. He's picking up big wickets and wickets that matter. He changes the game. Again, that wicket of Shehan Jayasuriya just changes the whole mantra of this game. He's had 2 centuries, Shehan, in this edition of minor league cricket. So we know how dangerous of a bat he is, and Funny Samadri, if he's just able to consistently pick up those types of wickets, just makes it so difficult for any opposition. As this one's going to be worked into the covers from Panay Suri for 1.
Hey guys, next wicket, just make sure you get, if next wicket falls, just make sure the camera follows Harvey wherever the hell he is in the field, because he's going to go out of his mind.
And this another Yorker into Lendell Simmons. Again, just not giving Lendell the room. And again, you mentioned the length. It's just so nagging from Funny Samadri, not giving Lendell Simmons much of an opportunity to free his hands and strike through the line of the ball. This one missed his length, just a touch. And he's going to get punished all the way down the ground for 4. Finally, Lendell Simmons was able to latch on to something. He hit the Yorker 2 times before. This time just misses it. And it's a 4 to end the over. 11 overs gone, 68 for the loss of 3.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Harmeet Singh to continue his 3rd over. And you mentioned Harmeet Singh has shown so much passion, whether he's trying to inflict a run out, bowling, or seeing wickets fall. He just always has so much animation on his face.
He's got some friends and family here that came out from Atlanta for this final.
As this one is caught in the air, Shadley Van Skalkwik, who leaped up, couldn't get there, and it's going to be 4 runs. It was well placed from Panay Suri. Intentionally puts it in the air, and just enough over the hands of Shadley Van Skalkwik for 4.
Well, the man they call Shadow would have needed a shadow extending from his body to get onto this one, just out of reach. Great effort, but cleared him by a good yard. Get to the rope. Harmeet thought he was in the game. I think Andres Hoos was thinking it might have been a wicket too.
Again, looking to cut, but too close to do so. Only finds Funny Samadri inside the ring. It's been really impressive the amount of spin we've seen from Harmeet Singh, and I think has extracted the most spin out of any bowler so far. This time looking to sweep and just gets enough of it to fend it away from fine leg inside the ring. Can at least be a couple of runs. Good work along the boundary to keep it to just 3.
Part of the impressive thing about the amount of spin and turn he's getting is you see this effort on the boundary. Good work. There by Rana Weera. is he's bowling essentially with his arm. His bowling arm. There's not a lot of front arm. There's not a lot of hip rotation. There's not a lot of full body energy into the ball. It's basically just his bowling arm that flings the ball down and using his wrist to get all that turn. But if you look at his bowling action, he doesn't really use much of his front arm. There's not much rotation. And yet he's still able to cause all these problems, especially with the turn that he's getting.
This one's hit straight back down the ground. Fielder there, but it's over him. It clears him, and that's straight back for 6. Lendell Simmons, who's been out of touch and out of flow for a bit. He's starting to find some rhythm, and he found that one all the way over the rope for another 6 runs for the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Well, this is just pure Popeye muscle from the forearms here. When this came off the bat, I thought Akhilesh Bodhigam was in play at long off, but just had plenty of juice on it to clear him at long off.
This time pulls the length back and a quick single taken. And again, this is going to be important for the Silicon Valley Strikers, taking those quick singles. A big over for them. 12 overs gone, 82 for the loss of 3. The Silicon Valley Strikers, again, got off to that good start with Rahul Nunmukchand. 24 from 22 for Chand, and Rahul Jariwala 12 from 9. But the start of lose some wickets. Shehan Jayasuriya 12 from 12, Rahul Jariwala 12 from 9, and Mukchand undone by Ranjane 24 from 22. But Lendell Simmons has started to pick things up alongside Pranay Suri.
And they've also got some firepower in reserve. Narsingh Deenarayan scored the half century that sealed the victory here last year over the New Jersey Stallions, former West Indian. Batting all-rounder. Yeah, we didn't see him bowl today. He can bowl. See the bowling figures here. Bodhigam, 1 for 12 in his 3 overs, and Ranjane, 1 for 18. Fani Samadri, leading wicket taker, 1 for 9. And Harmeet Singh, those figures don't really show how well he's bowled. Went for some punishment in that last over, the 6 and the 4, but bowled fairly well up to that stage, as it looks like we're going to see Shadow come back into the attack. Shadley Van Skalkvik.
Well, the fans here at Church Street Park, they're loving it. It's a whole family affair this finals weekend here. And again, they're trying to see who's going to punch their ticket from the Pacific Conference. Will it be the Silicon Valley Strikers or the Seattle Thunderbolts? Stay tuned later today. We'll get to see who comes out of the Atlantic, the Atlanta Fire or the New Jersey Stallions. As you mentioned, the Shadow, Shadley Van Skalkvik, he's going to come back into bowl. 2 overs, 20 runs he gave up from his first 2. How did you respond? Starts on a length. It's worked through third man. He's going to have enough on it to get it through the boundary for 4 runs. What a shot this is from Lendell Simmons. Showed off the power before, now showed off the touch.
Pure finesse right here from Lendell Simmons. And there's been a few times in his career where, yeah, he's had some innings that have been infamous for his inability to get going and spending an awful lot of time in T20 cricket at the crease without scoring, but he's able to see through that period. He's cashing in now heavily.
This time, Shadley much closer to stumps, a little bit fuller as well.
One of the greatest things to see was the same last year, the number of fans come out, especially young fans. If you look around the ground, you see so many young fans, so many young families, and it just marks the changing migration patterns to this part of the world's Triangle Cricket League, which represents the Research Triangle. That's what it's referred to in this part of the world. The largest cricket league in America. And that's really only exploded in the last decade or so. You go back much further historically, the Commonwealth Cricket League in New York, biggest league in America for the longest time with over 80 clubs. Northern California Cricket Association up in San Francisco, and the Southern California Cricket Association historically goes back to the 1920s and 30s with clubs like the Hollywood Cricket Club. But TCL now has got over 150 clubs. Aman, you're part of that.
Yeah, team has a match today as well, but I know once they're done with that, checking in on the action here at Church Street Park.
Simmons takes a single here. But yeah, you look at all the young fans, all these young kids lining the boundary, getting the balls once they go over the rope, and the young families, the changing migration patterns. You drive in here, And I know it's called Church Street Park on Church Street because it was named after a church on the street, historic church. But a bit further up the road, you've got this humongous Hindu temple that you can see on the way in here, and some of the Adopt a Highway programs, one of the Adopt a Highway programs coming in. Good fielding here by the Captain Harmeet. Typically, you'll see the Adopt a Highway program, which is something that you see all over America. Local businesses or local groups like the Rotary Club or other clubs like that will, quote, quote, adopt a section of the highway to make sure it's clean and maintained. The Adopt a Highway sign on the way in here, the closest one I saw, the Adopt a Highway was sponsored by the Triangle Telangana Association. And then there was another one that was Adopt a Highway that was sponsored by another Hindu temple.
Well, look at this. A misfield is going to lead to a single. How many times have we seen that? You can't have that if you're the Seattle Thunderbolts. Only 155 runs to defend. 13 overs gone, 88 for the loss of 3. Well, you mentioned it, Peter. Church Street Park, home to a lot of different people, and again, they're all here to support cricket and the Silicon Valley Strikers at the moment. Just trying to cruise through. Umukjan, 24 from 22, but Lendell Simmons, he's 24 from 26. Pranay Suri, 14 from 10.
Again, just to wrap up the point, for people who are watching from around the world, as you see the Atlanta Fire, this Cornet Dry. He looks like he could be a bodyguard outside a nightclub. He's a big unit. Come on, get out of his way. If you're the Stallions, you want to get out of his way. You don't want to be facing his bowling. Coming on later today, Cornet Dry in the second semifinal. But yeah, you've got the Research Triangle area. For people watching around the country and around the world, don't know what that means. The Triangle Cricket League is named after the Research Triangle Park. That's the area of North Carolina where we are, where you've got Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill, and the 3 research universities. You've got Duke University in Durham, North Carolina State in Raleigh, and UNC Chapel Hill. And they form a triangle geographically. I think it's about 20 miles between all 3 of them. And when you've got 3 big universities like that all close together, it brings in a lot of brain power. Aman.
Peter, I'm impressed with your knowledge of the Triangle area. And equally impressive, Akhilesh Bhagadam, the way he's bowled so far today. In his 3 overs previous to this, just 12 runs. He took a wicket as well. He's been so tight. He's mixed things up well. Was part of the Atlanta Fire last year. As this one sweep comes out, maybe a bit of pad on the way through. Jermaine Lindo says no.
I thought it might have been glove. We'll have to get a look at the replay on this. What did Pranay Suri get on this? I thought it might have been glove. Hard to call that a chance. Kind of deflected and went downward. I don't think Andres Hoos had a chance at that.
This one just tucked into the leg side. And again, what Akhilesh Bhagadam has done really well, he's mixed up the pace. He's understood when to just quicken things up. And I think the length has also been really impressive. Hard to sweep on his length. And again, hard to stand there and just flow through the shots as well.
He's got a good sunglasses game too, I've got to say here, Aman.
Well, this one sent through the leg side, and he's got enough of it. Lendell Simmons has showed off the power time and time again, and this one the biggest of them all.
And it's this big shot that finally takes his strike rate over 100 in this knock. And these are big boundaries, square the wicket, so it takes some serious muscle to clear the rope on that side of the ground. But Lendell Simmons has been in the gym leading into this semifinal. Aman, he's got plenty of muscle. He might need to cut some holes in those sleeves there. His biceps are bursting through.
Well, the shots are bursting through at the moment, Peter. That's another one. Straight back down the ground, bigger and better. Lendell Simmons, he's sending the balls out to the fans and sending the runs for the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Oh, he definitely had his spinach today. More Popeye muscles coming out from Lendell Simmons. Cranking this one high over the wide long on rope, over the bleachers, into the parking lot. Watch out, Toyota sponsor display. Watch out, Toyota Tundra, man.
He's got the power of a Toyota Tundra, I'll tell you that. Lendell Simmons, look at this. Just latched onto it quickly, cleared the front foot, sent it over the leg side and again into the parking lot. How much pressure has he put onto this Seattle Thunderbolts side with the delivery left in the 14th over, and now he's grooving out to the music. He's in a calm state of mind right now. He's free-flowing.
He's batting so well in this jersey. They might have to nickname him Lendell Rishi Simmons going forward. He's got the Rishi shirt on. It's a late arrival in the Strikers squad. There's the Toyota sponsors pin. It's been going around the country to all the community days that minor league cricket and major league cricket have been putting on. I saw that display there in Houston. They had one out in Silicon Valley. They had one in Philadelphia. Huge community days for minor league cricket. Getting everybody out.
There you go. There's your Toyota Tundra. How about that? Pristine, just like Church Street Park. As this one goes for that quick single, and that'll be it to end the 14th over. What an over it was for Lendell Simmons and the Silicon Valley Strikers. 103 for the loss of 3. Well, how about this? The worm chart, it was just starting to plateau a bit for the Silicon Valley Strikers in that middle period. But Lendell Simmons, after his incredible ball striking, it shot up past the Seattle Thunderbolts now at the end of 14.
I like to call this the prairie dog. The prairie dog is popping up to have a peak above ground. They've gone above the Thunderbolts' commensurate run rate.
And there you see the New Jersey Stallions trickling on in. Again, they'll take on the New Jersey Stallions later today. Excuse me, the New Jersey Stallions will take on the Atlanta Fire later today to see who will join the winner of this Pacific Conference Showdown in the finals tomorrow. Again, the Silicon Valley Strikers just need 96 more runs. Plenty of time to do it. Excuse me, do not need 96, need just 53 more runs. As this one's just pushed into the leg side. And they're going to go ahead and push for 2. It's good running. We mentioned it early, Peter. When the ball goes square, you have to make sure you push for 2.
Really good work. Just nice touch on that one. And there's Jesse Singh. You can see Jesse on his backpack, the Jersey Stallions captain. Coming back here. He's a popular figure. This is quite bizarre how many kids from the TCO love Jesse Singh, considering he broke the hearts of the Raptors last week in Amman. Jesse was the captain who swept the Raptors 2-0 in the initial playoff round last week. I would have thought they'd be giving him the cold shoulder, but no, the TCL kids, they love Jesse Singh, man.
Well, they'll take any celebrity, they'll take any cricketer, it doesn't matter. This one down the ground, up in the air, and he's found the fielder. Lendell Simmons, after the incredible ball striking, he's got to go. He's picked out the man there at long off. And Lendell Simmons, after some incredible ball striking, he leaves courtesy of Rajane.
Oh, he just looked like he skewed this off the splice of the bat. It was there to hit, tried to smash it on the up, and it just fluttered towards long off, settled himself. Easy catch, a couple yards in from the rope. And Shubham Ranjane He's now breathed some life back into the Thunderbolts in the field as Van Skalkvik takes the catch right in front of the dugout. And Simmons, just when he got going, he's got to walk off for 39. It's 105 for 4 in the 15th.
Well, Gary Graham is now out there in the middle. Gary Graham, he's a big hitter for the Silicon Valley Strikers. They like him in this role. They wanted to wait to the 15th and just about there. Just 51 runs left. They'll fancy their chances. You can see it, 346 runs through 2 years in minor league cricket.
Okay, not only do they have Graham, but they've also got Narsingh Deenarine in reserve, so still plenty of options here for the Strikers, needing just under 10 and over. There's some of the families for the Strikers on the right there. That's Devi Nechavalkar. That's Saurabh Nechavalkar's wife. There's Megan Suri.
And a no ball here from Shubham Rajane. The Cardinals sin. Can't have it. Again, you just took the wicket. You don't need to force it. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, clearly a no ball there. Foot over the line, and Gary Graham, a welcome gift, a free hit to start out his day.
So one step forward, one step back. You take a wicket, and then right away, Cardinal sin.
Well, hits the toe end of the bat, gets it down the ground. Should at least be a couple of runs. No, they're just going to settle for one. Just gets away with one here, Shubham Rajane. But again, the wickets he's taken, big wickets. Talk about Umung Chan, talk about Lendell Simmons, especially after Simmons has started to just get going. Funny Samadri, who's the sung hero, maybe the unsung hero, Shubham Rajane.
And 2 wickets here. 2 big ones.
This one just tucked off of the legs, out onto the leg side for one to bring Gary Graham back on a strike.
All the family support we saw before earlier on camera from the Strikers, it's a very strong hint that they're confident it's not going to be a short weekend for them. It's not going to be a wasted weekend. They booked flights and hotel rooms to be here through Monday. They're expecting to be here for the whole weekend. Here on the left, it's Devi Nechavalkar, Saurabh's wife, and on the right, that's Megan Suri. It's Pranay Suri's wife on the right. They've got their sixes cards out, supporting the Strikers.
They're hoping for deja vu from last year, where they were lifting the cup and celebrating their time in Mooresville. Can they replicate it? Well, Gary Graham gets one into the leg side for one to end the 15th over. So 47 will be required from the final 5, 109 for the loss of 4.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Back at Church Street Park, where the action heating up in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco, of course. 47 needed from the last 5. Pranay Suri, who's been there for 14 deliveries, been there for a while. He's got to face the tough challenge of the opposition captain, Harmeet Singh. Gary Graham, who can strike it a long way. How does he play this matchup? Singh has 1 over remaining. Overcast conditions, Dane Pete alongside me. Good day to you, Dane.
Good day again, Nikhil. What a lovely 5 over sit we have here ahead of us. Massive over this. Harmeet Singh could go either way. Seeing the way that Gary Graham's gone about his business, he's not blocking to have a look.
Well, this man, when he sizes it up, he connects and connects big. That has got to be the biggest 6 we've seen today. Gary Graham, welcome to Church Street Park.
333 Gary. It says on his back. I wonder if that's from the great Universal or Universe boss, as we well know, Chris Gale. Harmeet Singh giving it a bit of air. As you can see, the position of the ball, 45-degree seam, which means he's trying to spin the ball past the outside edge, but Gary Graham smashing that into the tent right next to us, Nikhil.
Look up this Dane. Says it all. This man hits the ball so powerfully. He's a head curator at Morgan Hill, that venue, but he's been a consistent performer for the Silicon Valley Strikers. He's had to take a back seat this season because of the way that Unmuk Chan and Shane Jasuri have batted. But he's no stranger to the situation, to these situations. Only 119 runs this year, but a strike rate of 188.
That's impressive coming at the area that he tends to come in. Nice delicate shot there by Suri.
More runs for Pranay Suri, and it will just get into the boundary. Turning out to be a big over. You wondered if they would see out the threat of Harmeet Singh, but instead they've attacked him and attacked him well.
Just signaling to his long off fielder. Wasn't quite happy with the delivery, but he's saying came off the outside edge. But he strayed in length, in line, I beg your pardon. And Suri getting a bottom edge on the bat. But with the pace and the great lush outfield we have at Church Street Park, a trickle away for yet another boundary. That's 11 of 3 deliveries. It's a great start by the Strikers to their 16th over.
Well, this man, Pranay Suri's had to step up in such a big way, Dane Pete, especially with the absences of Raymond Rifa, who's gone to the 60, as well as Roshan Primus, the two all-rounders that have kept things together. It means that Gary Graham, Narsingh Deonarine, those that did extremely well last season, have got to step up now, even with limited opportunities this year. What a delivery. Harmeet Singh, always in the thick of things.
Always in the thick of things with a bat ball, screaming at his fielders, trying to get them back and
getting some purchase as well on that delivery that we saw, but a single to end the over. And this game coming down to the wire. At the end of the over, 122 for 4. So Pranay Suri, 21 unbeaten. He's been there for a while, Dane Pete. Gary Graham, we've seen already the striking that he's capable of. They still have Narsingh Deonarine, who did get a half century last season to win the game for his Silicon Valley Strikers in the final. A lot of batting to come. They still need 34 from 4. They've got to go at 8.5. Now, this is very interesting, Dane. How does Harmeet Singh manage his options? Samadji, the leading wicket taker of the tournament, has got 2 up his sleeve. Ranjana's got 1. Van Skalvik 1.
Yeah, he's obviously going to use these. The bowler of the tournament was also in the hat for MVP. Has bowled exceptionally well. Looks like he's coming to the attack right now to try and get a wicket. A wicket that will be extremely, extremely important in the context of the game. Gary Graham's not slowing down, Nikhil.
He goes, but he hasn't got it. Man at long off underneath it, and the man at long off takes it. And every time the Strikers have taken control of things, the Thunderbolts have found their way back.
That was in the zone for Gary Graham to take advantage of, but unfortunately getting the toe end of the bat and not quite getting enough of it. The safe hands of Shadley van Skalkwyk down and long off boundary was all over that delivery and taking a comfortable catch in the end. A massive, massive wicket in the context of the game. With 23 balls remaining, 34 runs to get, it's game on yet again, Nikhil.
Well, Graham will be disappointed. He walks back after hitting that one maximum, gone for 10. End of Gary Graham, 122 now for 5. Well, all the experience of Narsingh Deonarine, the former international player, former West Indies international player. He's got to do it again for his team. Remember that finals weekend last season? He stepped up in a big way, especially in the finals when they chased the Silicon Valley Strikers against the Stallions and won the game. It was Deonarine and Primus who got the job done. This season, though, he's battled with those knee injuries and he has struggled. So just his second innings in the middle, and he will be looking to win this game for his team.
Yeah, my favorite part of the finals was Narsingh Deonarine batting in his sunglasses. He had a lot of flair, but the big thing for me was the experience that he showed, guiding his team to 144, I think it was the target. But then have a look again at the wicket, looking like it hit at the bottom end of the bat for Gary Graham. Not quite getting under it, as we say in cricket. And a great catch by Shadley van Skalkwijk down on the long off boundary. This man in ski now, Nikhil. Buzzing. Looking for an important period to stop the game for the Seattle. He knows this is an important over.
Well, he's known to be in big situations. He's played at 2 under-19 World Cups for India. But that was as a youngster, and he wasn't captain. This time around, he's got to lead his team and find a way to lead his team using his elements of Simadri, who's bowled with this beautiful angle all season. A very slingy action from left arm over. And he's been sort of a unsung hero to say, because then he's not, you look at him, he's not the fastest bowler, he's not the most flashy, but he's just very consistent. And I think with Andres goes up to the stumps, that adds a whole nother element of difficulty for opposition batters.
Yes, you can't leave your crease, unfortunately, when the keeper's up, unless you're really confident. But as you can see, the change of pace, he does bowl from that slingy action. He does, to be brutally honest, it looks innocuous, but he's got a ton of skill that's hidden away in all this leg cut and off cut that he has got going for himself. So you can't really take him for granted. He's got over 42, 43 wickets in this competition, which has been an exceptional effort by the young man.
Just 3 overs remain after this. Simadri still got 1. Just expect Van Skalkwijk and Ranjana to close out the innings. It's all to play for. Remember the added pressure of the fact that this is win or go home. Full delivery, full toss, gets away with it.
Massive delivery, that dot ball. Great piece of bowling that by Simadri. It's an important period. Andries goes standing back now, so it's a difficult period this now to try and execute this for the young man, but he showed throughout this competition he's definitely the man for the business.
Playing across the line, Dionarine. Was there an inside edge on it? We'll come back for 2. Fani Simadri though, what an over. The 17th, one of the most important when you're defending runs. So often your best bowlers bowl the 17th and 19th over. So far he's conceded 3 runs and he's got a wicket when the asking rate is close to 10 and over. This 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco.
Yeah, it's awesome. Great to see. Valuable 2 runs that. The required rate still under 10 and over, so not well out of the reach for the strikers.
Excellent bowling again from Simadri. Just happy to go to that sort of good length, 6 to 9 meter range, go into the pitch and go pace off and let things culminate how they're supposed to. End of the 17th over, 126 for 5. Well, 17 overs done and dusted, and the strikers 126 for 5. It means that they need 30 from the last 3 overs. Fani Simadri's been brilliant in his 3 to get the 2 wickets for just 13 runs.
They've got to the phase of the game, Nikhil, now where a big 15-run over completely changed the complexion of the game, but an 8-run over puts them in the driver's seat. So it's never dead and buried at Church Street Park. Let me tell you, I've been involved in, as you said, multiple games where it's never dead and buried. So the nature of you know, the ground, you're never quite out of it. A couple of heavy clouds.
Yeah, the breeze has really picked up as well.
Yes.
So I wonder.
It's a welcome relief here in the booth.
Wonder what that means, Dane Pete, for later today. Of course, we have Atlantic action coming your way. The Stallions up against the Fire. Ranjana, a very important over. Goes straight up. There is 2 fielders inside the circle, and it will fall into no man's land. And it will just roll into the boundary as well. Narsingh Dionarine Has he gotten a 4? We haven't seen the signal from the umpires yet. Comes now, so a boundary for the strikers, a perfect way to start the over.
Great start to the over. It's fantastic by Narsin Dionarine, knowing that the field is up through the offside, just chipping it over the third man. A great effort by the third man to try and keep that ball in play, but unfortunately it trickled away to the boundary. And a great start for the strikers in this 18th over.
Well, all of a sudden, DNP, it feels like a hurricane has approached Church Street Park.
The Houston Hurricanes.
The breeze has significantly picked up. And all of a sudden, you wonder what that means for weather, atmospheric conditions. Of course, this game now coming to a close. But we do have more action later today. I know rain was scheduled for this weekend, but it was supposed to come tomorrow night. I spoke to the weather gods, Dane Pete, and they said they're going to bring it at 11 p.m. Who upset them?
I don't know. I have a name at the top of the head, but I won't rather mention that. There's some heavy clouds, yes, Nikhil. Don't ask me if it's rain or not. I've moved here in March.
Come on, Dane.
This is your home ground. It's my home ground, but don't tell me. I'm a cricket player. As you called me earlier, I'm a commentator. I'm not Weatherman Pete, unfortunately.
Well, Shubham Ranjane, I think he'll be very happy with the way he's bowled in this situation, Dane Pete. The way that his captain has used him has also been very effective as well. But not a lot of bowling coming into this. The 8 wickets for Ranjane, but he's gone to a lot of those good length deliveries, and it's been very hard to hit down the ground. That's what's allowed him to get those 2 wickets, taking the important one of Unmuk Chan.
Yeah, definitely. Those stats from previous in the competition, it's all scratched away. It's about a one-off game that you need to take care of, and which he's done really well. I personally think he's bowled an exceptional spell for Harmeet Singh.
Well, Narsingh Dionarine, take a bow. Over, long off. This is international experience at its best. Couple of big strikes. That is a very important one for the strikers.
He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he got that delivery. Narsingh Dionarine over the years has loved width in his international career, and showing no matter the age, he has definitely got better with time. He is hitting the ball sweetly. It's amazing, Nikhil, that he's just come in, faced less than 10 deliveries, and he's already moved to a strike rate well over 200, which puts this team in a fantastic, fantastic position.
Well, he certainly knows this ground well. 52 from 43 deliveries in last year's final, and he'll be looking to carry on from that. Felt like he missed out there. This is an expensive over though from Ranjana. He still has a delivery to get through. He expects Samadri will bowl the next.
Yeah, for sure. This is an important delivery. Again, there's still 17 runs left to use, but they would want to get a dot ball delivery. Find a way to get a dot delivery. Harmeet Singh just walking over to his bowler, trying to get into the bowler's mind and say, this is what I want. A slight tense dressing room, everyone dispersed in that area. Unmuk Chan can't sit down, sit still.
Excellent Yorker, well executed to close out the over. This game going down to the wire. It's going to be 16 from the last 2. 140 for 5.
Nikhil, as we see this lovely view of Church Street Park, the home of the Toyota Minor League Finals, I would love to have seen Shadley van Schalkwyk bowl this over. Yes, he's an important guy, but if you have 8 runs, 7 runs required in the last over, the young man who's got close to 50 wickets in the minor league shows a skill set that can defend that. So in the 19th over, the penultimate over, you would want to go with a bit more of experience, try to get 9, 10 of this over, and hope that the final over goes down to the left armour that can defend it.
Well, it's going to be Fani Samadri who has the ball in hand. Change of bat for Pranay Suri. And don't discount or discredit the innings that he's played. 24 from 20. It's been very influential for his team. You look at coming into this in terms of his runs, 230. But it's the wickets as well. His ability to pull things back. Took that 5 for 10 versus this very Seattle Thunderbolts team. So he's been a problem for them. Now this fantastic event put on by the MLC has been brought to you by our fantastic sponsors, Dafa News, Sunoco, Toyota. can see some of the Atlanta Fire players in the background. They're assessing conditions. Jamar Hamilton, Emilio Ponzo, Aaron Jones, the captain in the back. They're going to be in action very soon, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. 16 from 2. It's in the air. It's in the air. There is 3 men. But of course, Dane Pete, it falls in between them.
Yeah, for sure. I would have gambled by bowling Charlie van Schalk for this over, like I mentioned to you, Nikhil, but this man has showed a great skill set as Fani Samadri. A skill set that's not easy to hit as a batsman. And now Nasim Deonarai, knowing that he bowls an off-cutter pretty well, does have that range where he could pop it over deep mid-wicket. But you've mentioned the breeze, and the breeze is coming from right to left. As you look at Suri's left shoulder, the breeze is coming across. So that means Nasim Deonarai is meeting into the breeze, which makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, I was wondering, and it sort of makes your point even stronger about Van Schalkwyk. You have the left-handed Deonarai in now. You just wonder maybe if that could have just switched up the thinking for Harmeet Singh. Now, this length that Fani Samadri has been able to find so often is something that I've really been impressed with, because that range, that 6 meter to 9 meter range, Dane Pete, he's picked up 42 wickets in the season. Make that, 44 after today's 2. But he's not complicated by any means. Slow run up, slow approach to the crease. But it's like Saurabh Nachavalkar seems to back his consistency and able to hit that good length.
Yes, sir, I do agree with you on that point.
Goes full again. Suri has not got it. And it falls short of Van Schalkwyk at long off. They wanted 2. It's good work to keep it to 1. Every delivery pivotal. Samadri's kept it to just 3 singles. You look at the field, Dane. What is the plan for Fani Samadri to the left-handed Deonarai?
Yes, same thing. Like you mentioned, hit a good length, make the batsman make the mistake, and that's why he's been successful. Yes, I said he does look innocuous when he runs into bowl, but you've got to respect the delivery and try to play the delivery as you see it. And yes, you probably won't look to shy away from that.
Should just be another single. They wanted 2 not on. Yeah, he's been excellent in terms of just execution of his plans. Remember, Dane, last weekend against the Chicago Tigers, and again the strikers lost, chasing 136. They needed 44 from the last 5 overs with 7 wickets in hand. Unmuk Chan was in the middle, but some way, somehow, they were managed. Those 44 runs were defended. Today, a very similar situation, but they do have experience at the crease. Deonarai's played a couple good strokes.
And even better for that case, they got a right-left-hand combination at the crease too, which changes every single thing, Nikhil.
Loses the bat in the process, Pranay Suri. But again, crucially, it's just another single. You wonder how much does Shadley Van Schalkwyk need to defend in that last over. It's 11 from 7 deliveries.
He's got to take whatever he gets, Nikhil. That's the nature of the beast. And my case earlier about bowling Samadri the last over, he's just shown his skill set is perfect to bowl or defend runs less than 8 and over, 9 and over, which would have been perfect for the Seattle Thunderbolts. So that's the call being made. He's bowled an unbelievably good over here. A boundary here changes every single thing. So this is an important delivery, Nikhil.
Well, very interesting, Andreas House has gone back off of the stumps. May have just hit that hand. And it's going to be a swing and a miss. A big heave into the onside. This man, Fani Samadri, for all of his performances this tournament, but also this fantastic 4-over spell, he deserves a round of applause. He deserves all the credit that he gets. End of the 19th over, 145 for 5. Excellent from Samadri.
Strikers have scored 145 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. They require 11 runs in the final over to win the match.
One over remaining, 11 runs it need. The Silicon Valley Strikers, remember, the defending champions, the winners of the 2021 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. And if they win here today, they'll book themselves in a spot in tomorrow's grand finale which is a night game, night fixture. 5:30 p.m. It will be Pranay Suri. He's done all the hard work with both bat and ball. Can he do it one more time in one more over? And it's going to be the South African Shadley van Schalkwyk who's going to bowl it. And when you look at the tournament that van Schalkwyk's had, Dane, it's been a rocky road for him. But you back your experience, a man coming from South Africa, moving to the United States. The fact that he took 20 wickets last season with an economy rate of just 4.83, it tells you he's very capable of defending these runs.
Yes, was in the team of the tournament too, Nikhil. He had a great, fantastic, not only with the ball, but with the bat too. He showed a lot of courage and inspiration to his team to get them close, almost missing the playoffs. But yeah, they're on the big stage. And that change of wind that you spoke about, Nikhil, it's downwind now for the Silicone. So that changes a lot of things because now the batters are hitting with the wind straight down the ground.
And credit to Seattle Thunderbolts, they've only conceded 30 runs in the last 4 overs. They've kept things very tight, just over 7 runs and over when they've needed to go at 10. First delivery of the last over. Extremely well bowled. He's done well to get a hand on it, but it's still going to be a single. And it brings Narsingh Deonarine on strike. Man, with all of his international experience playing at the test level for the West Indies, where does he target the left-hander?
Yeah, it's a great start to the over by Shadley van Schalkwyk. Really good to see. I would tend to go maybe wide Yorker, try to get outside the eye line of Narsingh Deonarine, but the risk with that is if he gets his length wrong, we just see Narsingh Deonarine can pop it over extra cover for 6. So they're probably going to go hard length, try to go across him. Again, it's easier said over here, Nikhil, than out there. I know the pressure that everyone's feeling. Harmeet Singh is in Shadley's ear. Shadley's in his own ear. So a lot's happening.
Especially when he's had a season where he's been expensive at times, Van Schalkwyk, but he's a very confident man. He bats himself. Even after that performance, he'll look to finish this out for his team. 10 from 5. Full again. He went Yorker. May have went pace off as well. And I like the feel that he's got because it gives him sort of that extra cushion had he went hard length. But instead, looking for the Yorker and executing well. 2 singles means 9 from 4, Dane Pete. I keep saying it. The Morrisville magic, we saw it last weekend in full effect, could be on again.
Yeah, it could be on. They could win this game in the next 2 deliveries or 3 deliveries, you never know. Or you could use all 120 balls in your innings to try and get over the line.
Or the maybe Dane
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
Some extra balls.
I'm not saying that. With wides or no balls, what are you speaking about? Again, the man Suri's on strike. They would need a boundary right now, Nikhil.
Wow, 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 wow. The man from South Africa, Shadley van Schalkwyk, he's executed 3 full deliveries, 3 Yorker deliveries. This Seattle Thunderbolts team have gotten a lot of stick for winning the toss and batting first today. They posted 155. Harmeet Singh is showing you that he's very capable of posting runs, using the scoreboard pressure to his advantage. And can he close it out? It's come down to 3 deliveries. How can you not love this game of cricket? How?
It's fantastic, Nikhil. I did say 158 was my target. 3 runs short, but in comes Shadley van Schalkwyk. Massive, massive delivery.
It's a full toss, and it's gone straight up. Bodogam should take the catch comfortably. He does. The height is the question, but it seems to be okay. Deonarine has got to go. Van Schalkwyk has bowled a superb final over so far. 3 singles and now a wicket. Unbelievable scenes.
As you can see over in the VIP tent, that's a massive, massive delivery. Height was fine. Good call by the square leg umpire for once. A fantastic, fantastic wicket for Shadley van Schalkwyk. And an important part of the game. Yes, 2 deliveries to go, 8 to win. That grey hair in that man's beard is there for a reason. He's a wise, wise man.
Narsingh Deonarine, after a couple of big strikes, he's got to go. Walking back, Deonarine for 18. The score 148 for 6. Well, Kulvinder Singh, a man known for his bowling exploits, known for the swing that he's been able to extract. Can he do it with the bat? And he's got to hit 2 boundaries. Dane Pete, could you believe it? The Silicon Valley Strikers, a team who entered this losing 1 single game in the group stages. They beat the Seattle Thunderbolts team twice and could be on the verge of defeating the Seattle Thunderbolts.
They've got the right man on strike to get over the line. But like you said, round robin stages, group stages, regular season stages, it means for nothing. The Seattle Thunderbolts fans are absolutely loving this.
Oh, mind games from Charlie van Schalkwyk. You South Africans are very tricky.
That, my friend, right there shows that he's well in control and loads of composure. Not like the fans, Andries Gous, Adam Crosswaite, and Charlie van Schalkwyk's wife all cheering on, but that shows he's got a lot of composure, not overthinking. If you can hold on the ball just to see what they're doing. But again, here's the dismissal.
Yeah, he went for Yorker. Charlie van Schalkwyk missed it, but always tough to hit those full tosses. Excellently bowled. Their 1-2 is going to be very difficult. Pranay Suri is going, and it's going to be a run out. It's all gone wrong for the Silicon Valley strikers. Suri had to get back on strike. Kulvinder Singh sent him back. And listen to the celebrations.
It's massive. It's a massive wicket. They're celebrating like they've won it. It could still go to a super over the last ball because they did cross for 1 going for the 2. So it's a massive game. They still need to stay in it. But like you said, it's a big wicket. Composure by Harmeet Singh. Always throw back to the keeper's end. Trickling the ball back to Shadley. Breaking the stumps. Huge wicket. Those come-ons were directed straight at the Silicon Valley strikers. That I can tell you, my friend.
A valiant effort from Pranay Suri. He's got to go though. 28 for him. The score now 148 for 7.
There's a mini conference, as you can hear through the stump mic, Nikhil. Castro, as is well known. Fidel Edwards into bat now.
All of a sudden, the intensity, the energy at this cricket ground is taken about 3 notches up. Could the Seattle Thunderbolts, who many had not even beating the Dallas Mustangs last weekend, they defeated them, and now could be on the verge of defeating the defending champions. It was a run out. Harmeet Singh was very quick. He knew Suri was going back for 2. Kulvinder Singh, I'm sorry, you have to run in that situation. You have to get the experienced man on strike. But it's 1 delivery, it's 7 to win. A 6 ties it and sends it to a super over. He's connected, but straight to the man. It's put down, but the Seattle Thunderbolts have won. The Seattle Thunderbolts are going to the grand finale of this minor league. What a performance, the underdogs. Harmeet Singh and his men. Listen to the celebrations.
That's massive. Their hearts were in bounds for a couple of seconds. Thinking it was going for 6. There's an outstanding celebrations breaking out. I wish I could see the Silicon Valley strikers dressing room. Yes, they were the favorites all the way through, but look at the fans. They are overjoyed. They are seriously overjoyed. People running onto the field. That's a massive win. Jermaine Lindo, not happy with the umpire, with the guys jumping in the middle of the pitch. But a fantastic spectacle put on again here at Morrisville for a fantastic tournament.
Heartbreak is one word to describe what the Silicon Valley Strikers are feeling, because they coasted through the entire season. They beat Harmeet Singh and his men twice in the group stages, and now when it mattered most in a win or go home situation, Singh said, not only will we defy the odds, we'll bat first here, we'll put runs on the board, and then we will force you with pressure. It's not a tie, it's a win for the Seattle Thunderbolts, and the Silicon Valley Strikers, they still cannot believe it.
What a game of cricket. You can see how much this means to the Seattle Thunderbolts, I beg your pardon. A fantastic game, fantastic spectacle. It was down to the very last ball, Nikhil. I thought that ball was gone for 6. I lost it in the air. But what composure by the Seattle Thunderbolts to get over the line. Yes, I was one of those guys that said, why are they batting first? But they got a perfect amount of runs on the board. I asked for maybe 3 or 5 more, but that was an important partnership between Rishi Baldwaj and Shadley van Schalkwyk to stem the flow of loss of wickets and get the team to a challenging 155 to win.
It was 15 runs above par score here at Church Street Park. And against all the odds, Harmeet Singh, not only has he beat the Dallas Mustangs last weekend, he's now beaten the Silicon Valley Strikers. And the reason is because they've been able to restrict the Strikers, a team that was such a dangerous batting lineup. But in the end, Unmuk Chan got a start, Shayan Jayasuriya got a start, a couple of lives. Lendl Simmons, that was the main wicket taken by Ranjani after he struck a few up the ground, gone for 39. You look at that attack, unbelievable scenes, an unbelievable performance by the Thunderbolts to defend 155 at this venue. Whew, can barely breathe.
I can breathe. It's normal for me playing here in Morrisville, Nikhil. You learn to keep your composure. But I will tell you one thing, that's a fantastic spectacle. I've said this so many times. I'll never look at the bowler. Shanley van Skalkwyk, everyone has contributed. But my standout bowler, he's put his hat now in the MVP race. Fani Samadji's bowled 4 overs, 2 for 17. You're wagging your finger at me. You want the big man from Antigua, the Rakatak, to win. But a fantastic bowling performance. It always shows a captain in control, using 5 bowlers, everyone bowling their allotted overs. But a fantastic win for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
Well, 155 it was on the board. The Silicon Valley Strikers 6 runs short in the end. And it would mean that the Seattle Thunderbolts, after not even qualifying in the last 2 teams last season, they were defeated, but wow, has it been a turnaround this season. And then in the end, winning by 6 runs. What an innings. Started with encouragement from Harmeet Singh. They knew they had to take early wickets, and Rahul Jariwala started extremely well. Put a couple of good shots, timed the ball well. That was a glorious flick, using the wrist so well. Akhilesh Bodogam cuts well. Was struck in the offside, and then they were able to just stem the flow with that wicket of Rahul Jariwala coming forward, looking to hit into the onside. A full delivery, Jayasuriya hit it for a maximum, but Fani Samadji, as he so often does, takes wickets. Got one to just slide on to Jayasuriya, who had no chance. Lendl Simmons came in his 39, played some fantastic strokes along with Unmuk Chan, until Chan held out at long on off the bowling of Ranjani Pranay.
This one is caught in the air.
And well, Lendl Simmons struck a few big ones down the ground. He was special to watch, but it just wouldn't be enough for the Silicon Valley Strikers. When he was striking it like this, though, you thought, had he stuck around maybe before he was dismissed. And well, what a game of cricket, that's all you can say, because Graham then soon fell, and every single time the Strikers looked like they had a firm grip on the game and proceedings, a wicket fell. Narsingh Deonarine came in, played a couple strikes which were fortuitous. That one though, firmly off the middle, until a lawful toss would be his demise. Good catch by Akhilesh Bodogam, and it meant that Van Skalvik had 10 runs to defend in the last over. Pranay Suri had to get back on strike. Kulvinder Singh didn't communicate well, and a run out. And it meant that after needing 7 from the last ball, Kulvinder Singh, we thought for a half a second that they had their man, but in the end, Shubham Ranjani putting down the catch, but he was able to prevent that boundary. And you look at the celebrations of what it meant from the Seattle Thunderbolts as they put themselves a place in tomorrow's final. Well, there you have it. Really, truly a special game of cricket. 155 posted by the Thunderbolts, who won the toss and opted to bat first. Not a very common decision at this venue, but then Harmeet Singh, they of course backed his bowlers to just keep them to 149. The explosive Silicon Valley Strikers in the end coming up short by 6 runs and losing and being eliminated from this tournament. Let's go down to Pat Sinelrod for the post-match presentation.
Yes, guys, welcome to the Pacific Conference Final post-match presentation ceremony for Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. I would like to invite the captain of the Silicon Valley Strikers, Unmuk Chan. How are you doing?
Well, not very well. Pretty disappointing to not win this game. I think we were on track. I think a little bit of mistakes here and there, but that's how it happens. I think they bowled well. They played better as a team today, so they're on the winning side.
Overall, how do you feel about your team's performance?
Well, we have been sensational throughout the tournament. I think we have done very well. Only lost 2 games, and I think it's been a great show by everyone. Just that couldn't make it today, but yeah, it's pretty disappointing. But I think lots of positives.
Thank you for your time. I would next like to invite the captain of the Seattle Thunderbolts, Harmeet Singh. How are you feeling?
Great. I think our team has peaked at the right time. And I think last 3-4 weeks, this was our failure with the bat, you can say. But the way we came out on the field, I feel showed a lot of character from the boys, and the way we fielded right from the ball one, even if they got a start in the power play, and I feel the way we came back after the power play, the way we kept taking wickets, it was very important.
You secured a spot in the championship game. What are you going to take from this victory and carry it into the final match?
I feel I can say to the boys, this was not our best game, but if we bat well, this could have turned out into a one-sided game, but I feel let's back our boys to bat well again tomorrow. And we're playing under lights, will be better conditions to bat. So I think we will come hard again tomorrow.
I love that. Get some rest, celebrate with your team. Now I would like to present the player of the match, Rishi Bhardwaj.
Congratulations, sir. Sorry, we're coming this way a little further. Now we'll step behind you so you can talk to her. Is there any questions?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Good luck.
First of all, I want to ask, how are you feeling after an apparent injury?
Well, I'm really excited that our team won, and whatever I could contribute towards, and we had it's just everything is good now.
Yeah, I love that. So with the potential matchup against your former team, how are you feeling about tomorrow?
It'll be fun.
I love that. Short, sweet, and to the point. Thank you. Now I would like to call on the one, the only, Mayor TJ Cawley, to present the Seattle Thunderbolts owner with this trophy, Pacific Conference Trophy.
Lift it up. Yeah. Let's go. One more. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
That's all we got down here. Back to you guys up there in the booth.
Thank you very much, Paxton. A game of margins, a game of thrills. This sport of cricket belongs amongst the very best in the world, and it's because of games like this where the Seattle Thunderbolts, against all the odds, winning the toss, batting first, 155 for them. The strikers coming up short by 6 runs with all of their batting prowess that they've done throughout the season. They've got to go back to the drawing board, and they will be eliminated from this tournament. But that's not all we have for you today, folks, because very soon, in just an hour's time, it's the Atlantic Conference side of things. It's the Atlanta Fire, who've been powerful all season up against the New Jersey Stallions. The two teams would have faced off previously in the season. That will be a mouth-watering affair coming later today, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, a game that you truly cannot repeat, you cannot script, because it's been extremely exciting, and we expect the Morrisville Magic to be in full effect as we close out this minor league with 2 more games. Don't go anywhere. It's bye for now, but see you soon.
See how they does something with the ball.
Singh calls it, and Singh are going to form as the underdogs. Harmeet Singh and his men.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.